We're going.
There
We're
we
going
go.
live, huh?
There we go. We are actually live. I was me and my itchy trigger finger. Okay, I came off the. It was supposed to look like this.
Here we go again.
Hello, Cleveland! Hello, Cleveland!
Okay, that's better. That's perfect. I like it. Yeah, now we're talking. We're using the background from. We're using the background from one of my other shows, but it's good. You know what the heck? We can do that. Where is this? Needs a little adjustment, but we'll get to that. Where is everybody? Really? Oh my!
Let me shout it out. Let's see if we can get some more people in here.
Yeah, I mean, where's everybody that was in the Twitter? I put that in there, so if they want to come in, please, guys, come in. Okay, so that's the window frame, and oh, I know what the problem is. Okay, yeah. We're on the oh my.
Let me
Yeah. We're on the Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Where are we? We're live streaming. Where's the frame? And oh, I know. My, I've got some feedback going on, but I don't have the other thing turned on. Is it coming from one of you guys?
Shouldn't be from me.
Okay, because yeah, I don't have the whatever it ising. What am I talking about? I have no idea what I'm talking about. You guys know that, right? I never know what I'm talking about. Oh, look at that. Oh my. Seth Andrews is running a recording session for podcast number 500 with Natalie. Oh my, look at that. I don't know if Natalie's ever been on air before. I don't remember. Let me get over to my channel header. There we go. And let's bring that up. Right? And there we are. Okay, that's got that. Oh, look, there's people. Hi, everybody. We have Adelinda. Yeah, we have Adelinda Dragon Queen. We have Bill Ashby. We have Beach 8. Hi, sweetie. This is total.
There we go.
This is total pickup. We had no idea we were going to be doing any of this, but we're doing it and we're having fun. All right, who do we have? Oh, Bill, hi. Yay!
All right. Hey, Bill.
Yay!
How's it going?
Little bit this, little bit that, go for me, go for you. What am I talking about? I don't know. And look at that damn vertical video.
All right, hold on then. Hold on.
Yay! Oh, for the love of sake.
You might actually see my cat now.
Kitty! Yay. Oh, pity kitty. Oh,
yeah, she's a ginger too, and she has every bit the personality of one.
Oh my! You know, I really don't want Sylvia to overhear this, but I miss the calico I used to have, or used to have me. Prettiest calico on the planet, and I took her in as a stray. She used to come up to my door, and I would feed her. And then one day it was just, oh hell, I'm taking her in. Excuse me.
Well, see, Pimento was found in a storm drain by some tourists, and they took her to the local animal shelter. And as soon as I moved and found a landlord that didn't mind me having pets, I went looking, and when I saw a picture of her, I fell in love. So I went and adopted her as soon as possible, and she's been my she's been my criminal and my helping in crime there. So
now this one
I'm still waiting.
This one I took in as a stray. She was, I'm guessing, all of 12 weeks old. I was taking the garbage out, and the dumpster was behind my building, and I'm hearing
Oh.
me, and I'm looking around, and I was like, then I see a vaguely kitten-shaped something under a car. Couldn't get to the kitten. A couple days later, I'm taking out some more garbage, and here's the kitten walking around behind the building. And okay, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? Oh, hell yes! Ran into the apartment, grabbed the can of tuna, opened it on my way out, put it down.
No.
She stuffed her face into it like she hadn't eaten in days, and it's possible she didn't. And she's been my fast friend. It was, wait a minute, August of 16 that I took her in. And as I say, I was guessing that she was about 12 weeks old. So she spent most of her, by far most of her life with me. And what's really fun is I guess she kind of likes it here because I might have the door open. And she looks at the door. She looks at me, looks at the door, looks at, hey, human, door, you might want to close it.
and see, that's the thing about cat owners and dog owners. Look, I love dogs, but see, cat owners are like, look, we love dogs, we love all animals, we love everything. You get a dog owner, it's like, the cat killed me, the cat killed my lover, they took my wife, they took my car, they fuck cats, and it's like, oh, no, it's okay.
Yeah. Oh my. I have been had by one puppy, and I don't even know how many kitties. Because there was a time when I hate to admit this, but it was real. I had 16 at one time. I was living in the bombed out shell of a house. Technically homeless, even though I did have a roof over me. But it was one of these winters where it was 10 below out, no heat, no indoor plumbing, nothing. God, that was fun. But two of my girls had litters at the same time. So there were, it was 10 or 12 kittens. And then the rest were adults, and there were 16. I finally got everybody rehomed. Yeah, I wish I could have brought the adults with me here, but I was told, but not this place, the place I was in before this, the building manager waited until I had signed the lease and then said, oh, this is no pets. And it's like, fuck you. Because as much as I needed heat and plumbing, I might not have taken that apartment. But then I found out that she was lying. That they did allow, and you don't want to know how broken up I was when I took the two that were with me to the animal shelter. I mean, I could not quit crying when I took DC and Winston. And later on, months later, I found out that I could have kept them. And it's like, well, fuck you. Oh,
Miss Diane,
man.
do you happen to have any children?
No, did not have any.
I can tell you as a father of three that I find that the words, what do you have in your mouth, you asshole, and come back here, are the same three things that I say to my cat as I do to my children.
Yeah, my thing was...
God, that's perfect.
My thing was, to me, it takes something really, 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 really special to be a parent. I did not have it, and I knew it. So I wasn't going to fuck up any kids. Like, two people I could name, and they're both
my sister.
They're both dead now, and the world is better without them.
My sister has told me time and again. She's 7 years younger than I. She's like, I love my nephews and nieces, but if I were to have a child, it would wreak havoc upon the earth, and so I can't have them. So she has rabbits and dogs, and she's happy. and plants. Let me add. And she actually talks more to her plants than she does her
Oh,
rabbits and
man.
dogs.
I would have more plants here. It's very green in here, but I would have more plants were it not for a certain little kitten who
Oh
eats.
yeah.
Yeah, if I don't keep them out of her reach, she will eat them down to the soil.
Look, I keep when I put toilet paper on the roll, I do it properly. But I can't keep toilet paper on the roll with her, and with toilet paper being in scarce demand, I have to keep it off the roll and on the shelf above the toilet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to wipe my ass with.
There you go. I know that feeling exactly. Yes, I do. And then she also likes to get into. Did I mention her name was Sylvia?
Yes.
Oh, I did. I couldn't remember if I did or not. Well, Sylvia also likes to get into my paper towels. And I don't have anywhere to hang them that's convenient for me to use them. So I'm finding little pits and chits and stuff of paper towel everywhere around here. So lately I've had to hide those as well because the shelf, the paper shelf at the local Squall Mart is still severely lacking. They've got most everything. Say again?
Pimento will let me know. Pimento will let me know when it's time to clean out her cat box.
Oh yeah.
Whenever there's paper towel shed or toilet paper shred in her.
The other one.
She's affectionately called Minnie by Mama Atheist. So yeah, that's how I know it's time to clean out her cat box. It's like, oh look, you know how to use toilet paper, but not really. Thank you.
If I'm a little late with cleaning Sylvia's cat box, I know that I'm late because she craps on the bathtub runner. You know, the little bath mat that's in front of the tub.
Yeah.
At least she does it there and not in my damn bed. I can be thankful for that much.
I swore there were plenty of times she should have shit in my shoe, but she didn't.
Oh, for the love of St. Gulick. Yeah, absolutely. And anybody...
I will say, as a previous dog owner, there is a plus to being a dog owner because at least you don't have to clean out a cat box with a dog. It's left outdoors. The problem is I have a neighbor that got really pissy because he has dogs, and when I asked him to clean up his shit out of my yard, he threw it on my car door. So.
Oh, great! Yeah, great neighbor. God, that's Southern Alabama for you. Yeah. Oh my! I almost found myself in that neighborhood. I used to work with somebody in Pensacola, who is I think from his backyard he could throw a rock and hit you. Had you ever heard of?
I could spit and hit my neighbor. So
okay. Had you ever heard of a channel called NCG Studio November Charlie Golf?
I can't say I have, but I'm always welcome to other YouTubers.
Yeah, he says he's not a Christian, but he really is. I think he was an ex-pastor, kind of an iconoclast. But then again, he's in love with Ephesians 8. So, I was the token atheist on his channel for about a year and a half. This is the fun part. I encountered him via Aaron Ra because I was looking for Aaron's videos one day, and he was on Dr. Jones' show, and I happened to see it there, and I kept watching and everything, and at one point I made a response to one of his live streams, and he asked me onto the show, and for a year and a half I worked with him. We had a little bit of a difference of opinion and had a little bit of a falling out, and I'm kind of sad about that. But
before Jim goes, not only is that your brown round and your belt in the background, but is that a damn long sword in the corner?
I can see it. I can see it from here.
I'm about to say I can see his brown. I know what a brown round is, but there's a damn long sword in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, there's his NCO sword too. Hot damn.
Oh my! Oh
And
my!
then-
Oh my!
Can you guys hear?
Shillelagh. He's got a shillelagh.
Exactly. Shillelagh. And then 10th century Norman war sword.
Woo! But I will say that his best asset happens to be the drill instructor's brown round. Yeah, as former Army, we don't call our drill sergeants sir, but I know for a damn fact if you didn't call them sir for the Marines, you got your ass rained. So
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Well, if I remember
In the
this
Army-
much,
You guys can hear me?
yeah.
yes,
Okay, it's in the Army, it's drill sergeant. In the Marine Corps, it's drill instructor. Not in a big, huge difference, but it's a big difference when you call the wrong person the wrong thing.
Well, wait a minute. Do I
Yeah.
remember something, or was this just a Hollywood sort of thing, where in basic training, one of the first things the drill instructor would say would be, "When you address me, the first and last words out of your mouth shall be,
No.
sir."
That's Army.
That's
That's
Army.
Army.
Oh, okay. Okay.
well,
First name-
drill sergeant said sir, yes sir, and Army,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
better
yeah.
not call them a sir because they'll tell you they work for a living.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
same. That's the same in the UK military. Anyone below an actual commissioned officer's rank, if you call them sir, they will tell
Right.
you, "Don't call me sir. I work for a living."
They will
So-
climb you. But I will say,
even
when I
at
was
my
going through,
retirement rank, my retirement rank was E8, was a master sergeant. It was still a staff, non-commissioned officer.
Mhm.
So it was still not a, now as high as I got, 21 years in the Marine Corps, there could have been some kid that just graduated. He graduated from college with a basket weaving degree, and he
Yeah.
would be a second lieutenant over me. And that's why the inherent rank structure is so fucked up, because some second lieutenant is now over me, a master sergeant that's been doing it for 21 years, and this guy has not a fuckwit's clue what to do. That's why the rank structure is all jacked up.
Well,
I had a
honest,
shaved tail.
that's-
I had a shaved tail Louis come in. We had just gone. We just deployed to Iraq. We had a brand new shaved tail Louis, which means the guy just got through college. Came in as a second lieutenant, trying to tell us everything what we need to do. And my first sergeant came up to him and said, "Buddy, you need to listen to what," and it was me at the time. "You need to listen to what Sergeant is telling you because you don't know shit." And he was.
Now-
I mean, I had been in for 8 years at the time.
the second
Really,
Yeah.
the second
the
Louis of whom
E5?
you what?
Yeah, the E5, the sergeant, the one on the ground that's actually pushing a 4-man or 5-man team, he might not know the big picture, but lieutenant needs to put his ear to them and listen to what that's going on.
Well, see,
The
Jim,
sergeant-
Just-
I was military intel, so I was definitely aware of the big picture because my unit, I was part of an air assault unit, and they believed in eyes-on intelligence. So my ass was out there quite often.
Oh
So
my!
I definitely knew the big picture as opposed to this 4-year college student that just came in and said, "Oh, I know everything. We need to change the SOP." No, fuck that guy.
Now this-
no, my hat's off.
This second Louis is this what was called butter bars?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
See, Jim could actually been put in a first sergeant's position and not
I was
necessarily
the
have
first
a first
sergeant when I
sergeant.
went to Iraq the second
Right.
time around.
And that's the way that's the way the Army was taught. You could have a master sergeant, which is an E8. He wasn't necessarily a first sergeant, but he was put in a first sergeant's
Well, E8
position.
in the Marine Corps, there's 2 E8s in the Army and the Marine Corps. There's first sergeant
Yep.
and master sergeant. And
Yep.
when you go to war, we're all first sergeant. So even though
Yep.
I was a master sergeant by rank, I was still a first sergeant by billet.
Yeah,
And
he still had the responsibilities of a first sergeant, and he got shat on like a first sergeant, but he didn't necessarily get paid as a first sergeant.
Okay. Now I'm getting the picture. Okay.
Yeah.
And now I'm about to recite something that I don't recite very often. There was a female Marine, Murray was her last name. I don't even want to say her first name. I think I know it, but she she begged me. This was when I was a gunnery sergeant. I wasn't quite at the first sergeant level yet, but she begged me. I want to do Operation Lioness, and she begged me 3 times. First 2 times I said no, it's too dangerous. Okay, Operation Lioness is when you're stationed in Iraq, you can go out to different outposts. The one she wanted to go to was Haditha. Haditha Dam controlled the ingress and egress of citizens in that city. There was a big dam there, right?
Yeah.
And okay, and they have to search you coming and going, and the Muslim population didn't like male Marines physically doing frisking of the female population of the city, which is understandable. So they got the female Marines to do it. So it was Operation Lioness. So we got female Marines to come in and do the actual physical frisking of the females that came in and out of the city, right?
Okay.
And so Murray kept asking me. I said, no. Finally, I said, you know what? It's only 4 months. Just go and come back with your ass, right? The very next.
Do I know the end of this story?
Yeah, the first full day of her job, her and a sergeant major from an infantry platoon hit it was a vehicle-borne ID, and she was a smithereens. Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
So I got that all hanging over me. I got all kinds of shit hanging over me.
You went over in Fallujah during 2006, were you?
Yeah, 6 through 12, 6 through 10.
Look, I got if you were over any of the snipers that keeping our fellas in the helicopters over safe.
Dude, I smoked at the time. I smoked at the time, and there was a time when I was in, where was I? Al Taqaddum. I was smoking in a designated smoke pit, right? And you know, the cherry on your cigarette can be seen from like 2 miles away.
Yeah.
I had no idea. And so here I am lighting up in a designated smoke pit, and pew, 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 pew. Dude, they're trying. Dude, I was like, putting it. Okay, I'm gonna quit smoking. That's why I do vape now.
I was lucky enough to be in Mortaritaville at the time, so we just had to worry about mortars coming over. But no, any of your brothers that were over there that were keeping our flight safe going through to Fallujah, you have my personal thanks, and yeah. But
it's all a team effort, man. It's a team effort.
Exactly. But yeah, just to let Miss Diana know that we between the Marines and the Air Force and the Army and even some of those poor little Navy dudes, look, we had full respect for our female our female officers and enlisted. And I'll tell you something else. I never insulted the corpsman. I never will, because I got my ass reamed as a PV2 about how important our corpsmen were. Even as Army, we were made well aware how important our corpsmen were.
Corpsmen, my!
For the Army, it's medics, but for Marine Corps, it's corpsmen. Yeah. Yep. Corpsmen are the only aspect of the Navy that we actually know shit, like hands down, have respect for. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying the rest of the Navy aren't respected, but corpsmen are highly respected. My lieutenant was a female. Our second lieutenant was a female in Fallujah, the first tour, and I had this huge folder of DVDs of porn, right? I had, no! And I never got to use it because, like, the first week she was like, "Oh, I heard you have porn," and I gave it to her, and I never saw it. And like 7 months later, I got it back. So she totally scooped up all my porn for the first 7 months.
Our captain, and mind you, this was 2006. Our captain had like 4 gigabytes of porn. Now, if you know anything about technology, that was a lot of damn Our captain said, "Look, I don't want you to get in trouble with your wife. I don't want you to get in trouble with your girlfriend. If you need any porn, I've got everything from 18-year-old up to granny porn. If you need it, come see me. I'll keep you out of trouble." And we're like, "Holy shit! This man had more porn than I think was on the internet at the time."
Oh my! Oh, darn it! I pulled this thing, and I'm assuming. Was it all downloaded at 14.4?
He got it from the States and brought it with him.
Pretty much. Hey guys, I'm sorry I got a jet early, but Lavender,
yes,
thank
dear.
you so much for having me on. This is officially my last live stream.
Okay, so this is your very last one. Hey, thank you for coming on. Seriously, I love having you. And it's just too bad that this is your last stream, you know?
Hey, Jim is a brother. Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir. And I keep saying this is my last live stream. This is actually my last one. So maybe I'll see you guys in 4 months. Time. I know. But this is really it. This is really it this time.
This is you do know the title here, right? It's the after party to the after party's after party, also known as Jim's very, very last stream.
I saw it. Listen, I want to tell anyone watching that actually follows my show. In 4 months, I may or may not be back. I'm not going to make any promises, but I have a life project. I'm starting it tomorrow, officially tomorrow. It's not. I'll give you a hint. It's not going to include any of this. No. It's not going to include any carbs. It's not going to include anything. And it's going to be a very personal journey. And it's going to be hard to do by myself. And I got Arn Raw helping me out. We're going to meet in Garland. We're going to do some gym workouts. We're going to roll around on the mat together. So, so you kind of know what I've got in store for me.
Hey, Jim, do me a favor. Yeah. Do me a favor. Just hook me up on @JASA_gentleman and hook me up because I definitely need to look at losing some weight myself. And
you're not the only one.
Yeah,
say it again.
JASA_gentleman.
If I don't find you, can you find me?
I'll find you
on Facebook. All right.
Oh, most definitely. But yeah,
it's Facebook/Team Talon. You can find me that way.
All right, but between PTSD and between PTSD and depression, I've definitely gone. I'm with you. I've gained 50 more pounds than I should have gained. So,
well, after 4 months, I'm 242.8 right now. I want to be 212 weeks, and then I want to be eventually 175 or 180.
I'm
so
5'9", so I'm 5'9" and 230, so I feel you. Okay.
Yeah, you and I are shooting for the same area. I'm 5'9", 210, and I'd really like to be down to 180, 185, something in that range, because I was there a while back and I liked it. Well,
But here's the deal. Here's the deal, guys. You're not going to see it directly. You're not going to see it immediately, but there's eventually going to be a I'm going to documentate. I'm going to document. I'm going to documentate.
Yeah, I like it.
Journey.
Hey, honey.
I'm going to document the entire journey. So there's going to be me in my underwear with my gut hanging out. There's going to be before and after. It's not going to be still photos. It's going to be pure video of me sweating it out, making it happen. And so this is an exclusive. You guys, most people don't know what my life journey is going to be, but for the next 4 months, it's going to be basically when I show up to Atheist Edge in 4 months, I'm going to stand up in front of a camera and lift up my shirt, and it's going to be a fucking goddamn six-pack.
All right. And honey, you're not following me. I feel slighted.
Well, I just sent you a follow for Atheist Edge, so I'm following you, brother.
Okay. There's the Atheist Edge. That's not. Yeah, it's not showing. Well, it may show up sooner or later. But Jim, you be good. You have fun. Have fun storming the castle, as Kate would say.
Yes, I love the reference. Mm-hmm. All right, we'll talk to you guys later. I love you so much.
Okay, honey, take care. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Miss Diane, what is your Twitter handle?
It is Lavender Lady 0.
I already follow you. Okay.
Oh,
I just want to make
yay!
sure.
I don't want to sound horrible, but at this point in time, I've got so many followers, I don't even know who's following me because I've got. Wait a minute.
No. That's fine. That's fine. You just have to forgive. And like I said, I was raised in the South, so there's definitely I have to make sure that I properly announce. You say Miss or Mister. Otherwise, my mama or my grandmama will come up and slap the piss out of me. So.
Oh well. In the neighborhood I live in, I'm very very familiar with Miss Diana, or Miss Lady is another one.
Okay.
No, but no, I forget who's following me or whatever. I hate to say this, but I've got 2,400 followers, and I don't know where they're all coming from. Really, I don't know that anyone would actually want to. See what I have to say on Twitter, but
well, between Lavender and Lady, I can't see why you aren't followed. So, like I said, my name is part of my name is Gentleman. I take the best of Southern heritage and I make it the best. I take off the nasty part. I take out the nasty parts and I try and show us what we can actually show of the Southern heritage.
Oh, by the way, that's the other thing I need to do. Thank you for reminding me. That handle that you gave me a little while ago.
Trans atheist.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. This person has dysphoria queen as part of her.
Yes.
Yes, okay. That's the right one.
She just recently changed it. Yeah, she just recently changed it.
Well, I've
been going through. I've been following her probably for about 3 months now.
I hadn't even noticed that she was already following me. Oh my word!
Yeah,
I'm so bad at this.
It's okay. It breaks my heart because for a time that I had I talked with her and I tried to get her to talk to my cousin. Like I said, my cousin is actually going to college to become a counselor for gender dysphoria, and it just breaks my heart to see. You go through her tweets, you'll see what I mean. She's at the end of her rope, and it really breaks my heart. Because I don't think anybody should be, no matter where they're at, should feel like they're hopeless and they don't have anybody that wants to talk to them or don't have any hope. And and Jim will tell you, if you ever talk to him again, I have PTSD. And I'm sure he does too.
Okay.
When you feel like you don't have anybody to talk to, you feel hopeless, and that is a dark space to be in. It really is. And again, I can't relate to someone with gender dysphoria, but I can relate to someone with PTSD. So if we have a Venn diagram that overlaps each other, I can at least tell you, I know where you're at. I know the darkness. Let's try and get through it. And I've tried to talk to her, but again,
and please,
it's like you can't talk to an alcoholic without being an alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. And please extend my apologies. I didn't even realize she was following me. When I went to follow her, it just follows you because this is really what amazes the fuck out of me. When I say that I cannot believe that anyone would want to know what I have to say, I mean it. I don't understand why anybody would want to pay attention to little old me. But here I am with 2,400 followers. And I get a lot of activity from a lot of them. And it's like, what are you guys doing? Have you no hobbies?
Well, that's what Mama Atheist was telling me about. She's like, you'd be surprised who actually listens to you. And that's the thing is that, people will listen to you, especially if they can, they can relate to you. And, again, I've been trying to contact folks to help this young woman out. I can feel her pain, but I can't relate to her. And that's what I want. That's what I'm trying to get to with folks. To talk to her and say, look, you're not alone. It's okay. We'll help you if we can.
Yeah, I don't like to make it sound like we're a special group in need of everybody's pity and help and everything else, but it is it is something that a lot of people just don't quite. Well, I don't know that anybody outside of it can get it. Really, I don't, because
right.
it's a visceral feeling. Okay, I can see how people would understand the cross-dresser before they would understand the trans person, because the cross-dresser likes the clothes, and that's what is. Let's say he is identifying as a man. It's just that he likes frills and lace and dresses and shit like that, and he indulges. But for the longest,
like Danny LaRue. Like Danny LaRue, he was a big cross-dresser. He was hilarious. He was a wonderful personality, but a lot of people didn't see eye to eye with him, especially here in the South.
and the thing is that for the longest time, I wished I was a cross-dresser. I was hoping against hope, because there's a film that I saw years ago called "What Sex Am I?" And the person who was doing this documentary was interviewing a psychiatrist who was a cross-dresser. And she asked him, "Do you ever think about getting a sex change?" And his answer was an immediate, "Oh no, those people go through hell." And he's right. Sorry, but not to do one of these, but he's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, my cousin, like I said, is female to male, and actually, and I'm not trying to expose too much, but
oh, I understand.
The way he was born, he biologically there was a lot to be desired if he wanted to be female, and we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
So he decided that he was supposed to be male, and he started going that way. Well, my aunt, as I said, is lesbian, who is definitely LGBT ally, and her being lesbian, of course. Decided, look, I'll raise my son the best way I can. This is her name. This is who he is. There we go.
Okay, yeah.
He is this. He is, this is his name. This is who he should be accepted as. My family can't understand that, and I don't understand why. It's like, look, love him for who he is. It's part of the family.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what broke my heart. Oh, okay, they were assholes anyway. When I talk about the slimy bastards, these are the people that went to the baby store and said, looked up at the racket. Oh, that one. I'll take that one because I'm adopted as well. And they disowned me when I came out. And anybody who goes through that shit, I mean, I hated those two because they were the most abusive people on earth. But it still broke my heart when they disowned me. So I get it with these people who are so afraid to lose so much. Well, shit, I waited 50 years. I transitioned at the age of 52.
What gets me the most is that my cousin is not only going towards counseling to become counselor for those with gender dysphoria, but he's also going to school to become a rabbi because he takes more of the moral sense of Judaism instead of the faith part of Judaism. Because there are two different fields. You have your community of Judaism, then you have your God only faith. So he's actually finding himself more accepted as like you said, the community sense Judaism, and but he also extended. Like I tried to wrench those two between the young woman I was telling you about earlier, and she or he was telling her that look, tell her that I'm not going to sit there and try and drop God on her or anything. I just want her to understand that she's loved for who she is, regardless. No God has to be involved. It's a matter of community.
And this is really.
As a matter of fact, I'll be more than happy to to send you her name or to send you his name, so that you can talk with him and just again. I understand that to help everybody, it's best that they all band together and say, look, we all have this similar. I don't want to call it issue, but you know what I'm saying. We all have this similar personality. So that way, the best way we can band together and show the people that we are people. We love, we hate, we band.
Where did you go?
I'm here.
Oh, it sounded for a minute like you went quiet, like your audio went bad.
No, I'm here.
Okay. It's really interesting when you were talking about this. Your cousin is the second trans man I've known of who has converted to Judaism.
Mm. That's what my aunt was telling me about. Is like for most, it's no longer the Orthodox or the ultra religious. It's a matter of community, and that's what many people are looking. That's what people are looking for, is a place to belong.
Yeah.
It's community, and a place to be. Look, we don't judge you for your color, your skin, your ethnicity, your race, your religious preference, your sexual gender, bubblegum flavor, favorite bubblegum flavor, or shoe size. We accept you for who you are.
That is so wonderful, especially down in your neighborhood, because you don't come across that as often as you'd really like down in the old
Alabama,
South.
Yeah. My family is originally from Georgia, but we're between Georgia and Alabama. My aunt was raised mostly in lower Alabama, close to Florida, near Elba, and when she came out as gay, my grandmother sat there and said, "We'll pray for you. This is just a phase." It's like, no, it's not. It's who she is. Exactly. It's like, y'all, she is who she is. Get over it. Love her for who she is, and we'll all be good. Between my sister and my aunt, we're the only one that accepts my cousin, my aunt, and my sister. My sister's bi, my aunt is gay, and my cousin is transgender.
Okay,
we are definitely the black sheep of the family.
And here's the interesting thing is that were it a phase, as they like to call it, we wouldn't hold on to it for entire lifetimes. I don't know how long your aunt had to wait, or who's the bi person?
My cousin.
Your cousin, and then the other the other cousin, your sister.
My sister is 7 years younger than I. She just recently was able to come out as bi.
Yeah,
my
and
aunt, she was not able to come out until she was well over 40.
Yes, there's the thing I'm after right there. And yet we hold on to that.
My cousin who's younger than I was able to come out as who he is, just because he had me, my sister, and my aunt. My cousin is my aunt's son. So
okay, fine. Okay,
right. He was able to come out who he was as soon as he figured out who he was, as soon as he figured out how comfortable he was. But he had to move out of the South.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
And of course, my aunt blames my grandmother blames my aunt.
Oh hell,
her daughter.
No, yeah, doesn't work that way. No,
just like, well, if you weren't gay, and forgive me, but this is how she words it. If you weren't gay, she wouldn't be who she is. And it's like, no, he was going to be who he was because that's who he is.
Yeah. Oh, I get you. Well, just like those two. Not with the religious overtones. It was the shame overtones that they gave me. It's
right.
Well, his last words to me were, "You humiliate us," and then her last words were "goodbye." And that whole shame, everything. It's almost as bad as the religious stuff. I know what he was doing. He was afraid that everybody else would talk behind his back about me the way he talked behind everyone else's back about their dirty laundry. You know how that goes.
Right.
So it's the same sort of thing going on. Well, there's that whole community thing with the religion and everything else too. And it's, I wish we could just get past that bullshit, really. That's what I like about your description of the military, where that shit didn't make any difference. Now, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't see race, color, creed, or whatever. It's like, you wear green, you bleed red. Let's try and keep the red inside, and we'll all go home.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
That's how it was explained to me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
My grandmother, my grandfather, who had my aunt, who has, my cousin, they're ultra religious. And unfortunately, them being born and bred in Georgia, they have a very minimum amount of acceptance. My grandfather, 3 of his brothers were part of the KKK, so that'll
Oh,
tell you
hello.
how rough it was. Right. 5. He was the youngest of 9 brothers. 3 of them were in the KKK. The rest of them were part of the Masons. Not trying to get all conspiratorial, but some of them
Sisters
don't
go together.
right. Some of them overlap, and deep Southern feelings tend to go along with it. And the unfortunate reality is there is absolutely no understanding of difference. So when my aunt finally come towards him and said, "Look, this is who I am," asking for acceptance, they didn't accept it. They love her, but they try and play the gay way, and that's not going to happen.
Oh,
that's
man.
not going to
yeah.
happen. I wish they would understand that, but that's not going to happen. and then when my cousin finally said, "Look, this is who I am. Please address me as he, him, and so forth." I swear my grandmother was going to have a damn conniption. I thought she was going to have a damn heart attack.
Oh, jeez. What?
So between my sister and I, which seems to be the only side of that family that says, "Look, we love you for who you are, no matter what." We're the only ones to sit there and constantly remind him, "Look, we're proud of you. You're going through college. This is what you're doing. Please continue, because people need someone like you. Because this young man has an incredible passion, a passion that I haven't seen much in people of that generation. It's like, he has it laid on his heart. This is what I have to do for those with gender dysmorphia. This is what he has to do, and I can't tell you how tickled pink I'm proud of him.
Oh, as well you should be. Definitely. I wish I had the temperament for that sort of thing, the whole counseling thing. I don't have. Well, I'm subject to panic and stuff like that.
No, I have 3 kids, and that's all I want. So
there you go.
I can't imagine trying to tend to more than just my 3 kids. So I give him every bit of respect that I can.
Now, the way you talk about family who doesn't accept and stuff like that, not to cry on anybody's shoulder or anything, the one that gets to me is, well, when I first came out, I came out to some of my cousins who I thought might be understanding. And initially it was, "Hey, you're yourself. You're being you. This is great. Wonderful. Yay, everything." And then when those two went off the edge, and when they disowned me and everything else, all those people who were also accepting dropped me like a hot potato.
Right.
And that's what really gets me. It's not that those cousins dropped me, but it's that they dropped me after playing the being accepting game. That's the bad one. I don't know how many people put up with this. I assume I'm not the only one. And these are the people that really like to comfort, really like to talk to, because it's really shitty, but
It's funny to say that, because I can probably break my family into 3s. You got your ultra religious, then you have your Jewish, because my family, some of my family comes, from Jewish, heritage, and then you have the Native American heritage. The latter
boy, you're a nice melting pot there.
Right. I'm a Heinz 57, so I can't complain. But the ultra religious, of course, don't accept nothing. But the Jewish side is like, "Look, we love you for who you are. As long as you believe in this way, we're okay." And the Native Americans like, "Do you love? We don't care. As long as you feel right in your heart, as long as you've done that nature trail, we don't care." And that's the side of the family that I probably relate most to, even though I'm atheist myself.
Okay.
I find myself more leaning towards more of the Native American culture, because they're like, "Look, do you, whatever makes you feel good. If you feel like you're doing right, go for it, as long as you're not hurting anybody." And that's where I come from. Consent, love, and compassion. After that, do you?
There we are, absolutely. And that's, if you try to play at being something else, it's not going to be genuine. It's going to show all over your face. So you might as well just not even try to fake it. Even if you're a KKK person, you cannot try to be a lefty because it's not going to work. Okay? Simply.
Exactly.
I would rather you be honest with me and say, okay, I hate these people and these people and these people. Because at least I know what I'm dealing with, you know?
Yeah. Were you ever yourself raised in a religious family?
I was raised Roman Catholic.
Oh, bless your heart. See, I was raised Pentecostal, and with that came a lot of serious strangeness. But the worst one that I had was them always equating the LGBT with pedophilia and bestiality. I can't. Even as a young child, I couldn't understand that.
That pisses me off so much.
I don't know how you could make that leap. It didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense now, of course.
Of course.
But how in the world could you go from someone loving a man if you're a man to animals and children? That made no sense.
Well, I guess that part of it may be that they see us as perverted as they see those other folks.
True.
There was
I can understand that.
Well, Kate and I did a show together a couple of years. Wait a minute. Where was I living at the time? I was living here, so it was no more than 2 years ago. That there was a group of highly religious people who were alleging that the pedophiles or the pedophiles wanted to be included in the LGBT community and that we were wanting them to come in. And I believe I called it, they don't want their own flag or something like that. It was one of
they called it the LGBTQP.
Yeah.
Which the P was supposedly meant for pedophiles.
Yeah.
Which I just, for the past 6 years, I've been atheist.
Okay.
Like I said, I was raised Pentecostal, so about 30 years, I was right there with and even when they brought up that LGBTQ being that way, it didn't make sense to me, and I think from there in,
the Q can mean a couple of things. It can mean queer. It can also mean questioning. So those of us who are trying to explore, is what am I? They'll get the Q. Terry, hi!
And being that the fact that English is nothing but a language that hides in a deep, dark alley waiting for other languages to come in.
Yes.
And take through their pockets loose grammar. It makes it difficult to actually define certain words.
It does indeed.
Unfortunately, that made things difficult. But I couldn't even get behind it. As a matter of fact, for some number of years before I became atheist, I was training. I was looking at going to school to become a pastor. And the more I read the Bible, the more it didn't make sense to me. So I'd go to my pastor and I'd be like, "Look, this is what I found." And by the end of it, and I went to him multiple times. By the end of it, he just broke down and told me, "You're too smart for your own good." And from then on, I just realized this isn't for me. I can't get behind this and hate people just because my God doesn't accept people for who they are.
This is really interesting. I like to tell people that the slimy bastards raised my late sister and I Roman Catholic, whereupon she found Jesus and I found Carl Sagan, because she went full-blown Pentecostal. So when you're talking about having been raised, I kind of get it, because
you never go full-blown Pentecostal and come back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your sister.
Well, yeah, she died 2007, and still full-blown.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, it's just the way we never saw eye to eye, but it's. She had a burst cerebral aneurysm, and that. That afternoon she was at work, and I think the next morning or 2 days later she was dead. But she would describe.
Well, that's one thing the Christians have, is you don't know when you go.
There you are. But she would describe going to church services when she lived in Columbus, Ohio. And she'd be at the services, and then a group from that church would go to the local Denny's, and they would be rolling around on the floor, slain in the spirit, I think she called it. And all this, as if they were having epileptic. This is in the Denny's. And everybody was, oh, yeah, this is just normal. Like, what?
Yeah, Miss Dinah, I have to tell you, but that is exactly the way it goes. They say that the spirit can hit you at any time as long as you're there and you're in God.
Wow.
The spirit can hit you at any time. So, as a matter of fact, I almost went to HR to discuss this. The company I work for, one of the young, I say young women, she was elderly and she was having a lot of issues.
Okay.
She got real bad sick, and what the Christian people of my company decided to do was get together and have a prayer meeting on company time in the middle of the goddamn day.
Oh no!
And decided that some folks started speaking in tongues. I wish I could make this out. But I'm sitting here, and one of them dragged me along, and I'm sitting there, and as soon as I realized what was going on, I walked away. But they were having a damn prayer meeting, and in the middle of company time, over this woman who was obviously and unfortunately was going to go pass away, and they were trying to pay her. They were trying to pray her to get better. And while I know that prayer is a placebo and sometimes can work in the way of meditation would,
yes, it can,
calming your heart rate and things like that. When you have people praying in tongues in the middle of your work, and you've been on that side, and then you're not, it really stops you, and it realizes how thick Christianity is, especially in Alabama.
Oh my word! It's craziness. It really is. I'm going to have to do a show one of these days. I know other people have. I need to explore the connection, if there is any, and if there is none, I need to know that as well, between hyper-religiosity and mental illness. Because I'm wondering if it's possible to teach someone how to be schizophrenic. I have a feeling that happened to the guy they called my father. He may have been taught
I can
weird-ass
tell you
thinking.
someone who is. I can tell you who was someone who was related, raised Pentecostal, and of course, you want to be careful when you say that you may possibly be of some sort of, mental illness. You honestly get to the point to where you believe that you hear God's voice, and when someone, I don't know how much you know about Pentecostal, but when someone starts speaking in tongues, there was supposed to be someone who can
someone with the gift of discernment. Yeah,
right. Yeah.
So I'll sit here
and someone who can interpret it.
So okay, do you have the gift of discernment? I don't know if you can make any sense out of that.
I think within the last 2 years of my Christianity, I actually had gotten the gift of tongues, quote unquote.
Okay.
And I would speak it, and someone would interpret it. And there were a couple times. There was actually one time that I interpreted it, and unfortunately, now that I look on it now, it was basically me thinking what God would have wanted to say. Thinking what they wanted to say.
Yeah.
Interpreting it, in the long run, it was what I felt was what was supposed to be said, which, of course is not correct, because that means that I wasn't speaking for God. I was speaking for myself.
Yes. Well, this is one of the questions I have posed, and I think I'm going to have to do a video on that very question, because I have got into arguments with so many of Ken Ham's minions and other folks of that stripe that I have a question that I pose to every one of them. Please tell me how to tell the difference between your God revealing, I guess I'll say, his word to you, and a thought coming out of your own head. And only one of them was ever able to answer that question. And that person's answer was, you know what? I don't know. And then they went right back to their religious shilling. But it was only one person who was actually honest enough to say, you know what? I don't know.
I can definitely tell you from what I was raised, part of the problem is you can't question God's works. So if when you sit there and you're finally slain in the spirit and you finally get the gift of tongues, you from then on is anything that comes out of your mouth is supposedly from God. And if you sit there and question it, you question your faith, and therefore you're obviously a bad Christian. I, of course, would be more than happy to, if you ever ask me any questions, I'll be there and tell you from personally what I know, from what I've experienced.
Oh my, this is interesting. I don't know who's been listening in, but welcome aboard. Person by the name of Out of the Desert. And the only video on that person's channel is the Lord's Prayer. So I assume that you're Hindu, right? I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Really, I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Okay then, but I'll be on the careful side here. Where the hell am I? There I am. Have I rebuked Joseph Abraham? Are you talking about who I think you're talking about? I wouldn't necessarily say that I rebuke the guy, but he and I don't get along. Are you talking about Cleveland Street Preacher? No, that's a guy who's actually out there.
Wow.
Yeah, I know where. Yeah, okay. I know where he is. When I look at the backgrounds of his videos, when he's preaching on the street and everything else, that's where I grew up. Literally, I grew up in Cleveland.
I would say bless your heart, but that's almost a sarcastic comment.
Yeah, I know. I've known enough Southerners to know the meaning behind that.
I usually mean usually it's an apology for me. I don't know about any of those. Like I said, I'm a gentleman, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, Mr. or Mrs. or whatever out of the desert. Actually, I spent some time in Parma, which is pretty close to where Joseph Abraham works. I think never mind. No, I won't talk about that. It's not a bad thing. No.
I got a unique experience, unlike most, because I was in the military at the time. We were at war with Iraq and Afghanistan. We got a heavy dose of understanding of how and where Islam came from. So I got a chance to be taught about the Muslim faith and how closely it corresponds with the Judaism faith. Because, again, like
absolutely.
I said, half of my, part of my family is from, I have Jewish heritage. And when you start looking at them and you start comparing them, and then when you start confronting those, explaining these comparisons, you suddenly get attacked. And you understand, look, y'all understand Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they're all from the same,
yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of people
they don't like that. And it's like, read your own Bible, read your Quran, read your Torah. They all come from the same area.
Oh, yes. I was watching a video a couple of nights ago that had Bob Price. I don't know if you're familiar with Robert M. Price.
Name sounds familiar.
He's one of the Jesus mythicists. He wrote, the book is called The Amazing Colossal Apostle. It's on St. Paul. He also wrote The Incredible Shrinking Son of Man. And what was the other one? Oh, The Case Against the Case for Christ.
I'll have to look him up.
He's an iconoclast, but he's got some stuff going for him. Definitely. I'd like to meet him someday, but he's a lot of fun. He really is. Now, I used to lead mythicist, not anymore so much. I think that Jesus was more a legend than a myth. In other words,
I think the man may have existed himself as Yeshua.
Yeah, there may have been at least one person.
I felt that maybe he was in a village and he was really good at parlor tricks.
Yes, yes, yeah.
They finally said, "All right, now you're good. Go somewhere else." And he did his politics in another town, and he finally got himself, at least 12 men to follow him. And if that doesn't sound like a harem, I don't know what.
Oh
However,
man, well that's a fun
uh,
number there. I mean, I don't think that that he found exactly
right.
12 inner
Between the
circle
number,
people.
yeah, between the numbers 4, 7, and 12, those are big. Or 7, 12, and 40. Those are big numbers between Christianity and
Yeah, I
Judaism.
mean, you've got the 12
Um,
tribes of Israel and all that other happy stuff. So yeah,
right.
that's very likely. One of these days, I have to sit down and start writing because there's a lot that I've been thinking about. I've been watching some of the Bart Ehrman videos on how Jesus became God. I've been a fan of Bart Ehrman's for years. And it's got me thinking about some stuff, and I'm just going to have to. Taking off? Well, I mean, we're glad to have you here out of the desert. Really, really. I'm really, truly in everything. I'm not giving you a hard time. If you feel like ever coming back and watching, please do. But if you need to take off, and take care.
Well, see, even I understand that, and like I said, I was studying to become a pastor. Even Jesus, he wasn't necessarily advertising his divinity. Other people were advertising it. And so it ended up getting to the point to where, except for I think one book, and it was to the point to where everybody was announcing that he was Jesus, and that he was, the Messiah, he was God's son, and all that. I have to give it, obviously there was someone else in the background saying, yes, this guy can do all this stuff.
Well, what
And
I like the way Ehrman put it. When you're reading the gospel attributed to Mark, which is the oldest,
right.
Jesus rarely talked about himself. He rarely talked about any connection with God or being God or any being God. He never talked about.
Right.
But by the time you get to John, which was the last one, that's all he talked about.
I think these four fellas came together and said, all right, I'm going to outright you, and you're going to outright me. And with this fellow over here is going to finally have the last word. I think that's what it boiled down to.
Oh,
because
my word.
what was it, from Matthew 22 and on, has pretty much been proven as a forgery afterwards.
What, in the book of Matthew?
Right. I think it was from the Matthew 22 and on.
Is that wait a minute, is that the insertion, would that be Mark? Is it the one where the gospel originally ended with the death of Jesus, and then later versions had the women going to the tomb and discovering it empty?
Yeah,
that's Mark. That's
right.
Mark.
I think okay. I just know there was one of those. There was Matthew and Mark, and one of them was definitely added on later.
Yes, yeah, that's the book of Mark. Yeah,
and if you know anything, but and you said you're raised Roman Catholic, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was even an altar boy.
oh, bless you.
Yes, I was.
I know from the Synod of Jerusalem, which was about 400 A.D., to the Council of Nicaea, 1400. They were, for 1,000 years, they were trying to determine what was to belong in the Bible. And if you actually look up any of the notes in some of those books that were rejected, you actually have monks writing in there saying, this doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, the really funny thing was John almost didn't make it in.
Right. And that's what I was saying. In some of the, I believe you're correct. It was Mark. It was Mark or Matthew, but I think you're right about Mark. It was one of those books going on. It's like, look, we're not sure about this, but we're going to add it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And because they add a lot of, and people don't understand, a lot of the Bible, especially those later books, there were a lot of misogynistic influence.
Yeah, whoever wrote, was it the first Timothy with no woman shall have dominion over a man, she shall know her place. Yeah,
it was between that one and I think Corinthians, when they were talking about where a woman cannot
cannot teach.
Husband.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
And I know for a fact, because I remember some sermons talking about when we were going in these scandalous side of the Bible, which was talking about sex. They were saying how the women could not refuse their husband's sex, and I'm sitting there going, and I remember at the time I was married, and I'm looking at my wife, and she's looking at me like, "Don't you even dare!" So that'll tell you how some of the millennials were thinking about what the Bible really said.
Oh my! That's what I thought. Oh, come here, you. Oh, what I hate about this system. So many times I have to click in the box, even though I just wrote in the box previously, and I'm not writing again. And it's like, oh, because I just wrote half a sentence to Jenny. I'll just say, yeah, that's. I thought that you were talking about what I thought we were talking about when we were talking about what I thought we were talking about. Okay, yeah, we will have a discussion. Yeah, okay. If she's still here, let's see, 10:30, 10 minutes. Okay. Yay! No, I have no idea what I just said.
Do any of us speaking in tongues actually know?
Oh man, what was funny with me is I started picking this stuff from Andy Kaufman and Sid Caesar. It wasn't even religious.
No, he lost it, Andy Kaufman.
Because I don't know if you've ever heard Sid Caesar do his fake other languages, where he would spew out nonsense syllables that sounded Japanese or sounded German, and yeah, I am that old. I do remember Sid Caesar.
There was a number of linguists that went out and started studying xenoglossia, and they would go to different countries that supposedly were Pentecostal, and they would, they were specialized of the language in that area, and they would definitely pick up pieces of that language in the tongues, and then when they would get back to other people, or others, xenolinguists, and be like, this is what they said over here, this is what they said over here, they would find out that most of the xenoglossia was definitely amalgamations of their language.
Yes,
and nonsense.
Yes. Oh, it's a definite nonsense.
If someone who knew Japanese, or in someone with me, I'm not a polyglot, but I know bits and pieces of different languages. When I started remembering some of the things that I said, and I realized that there's a little bit of Russian, there's a little bit of German.
Yes, absolutely.
I realized that my, subconsciously, my brain was picking different languages.
Yeah, which is what I was doing.
Together, right.
I was doing it intentionally.
That's what I was. Right, that's what they were saying. The people that were in Germany and Haiti and even South America, all over the country, they're like, these people are taking their native language and mixing it.
Yes.
And making nonsense.
Because I was adding, I was building this, and quite intentionally, just to sound like an idiot. But the Andy Kaufman, say thank you very much. Okay, a little bit of that. A little bit of my Babka's Slovak would be worked in there. I had a friend who grew up in Athens, Greece, so worked in some of his stuff, and to come up with these. And for you too, is I am that to doing with the accent in English, where you try to speak broken English and it's not working for you. But these were getting from George, from Babka, from other people on that thing for you. And now
it's funny for me to say, but I know they know it would be embarrassing. Mine was an amalgamation of Jewish and Klingon.
Oh, yeah!
I didn't realize it until I started really remembering the shit I said.
Have you?
And I'm like, holy shit, I'm speaking tongue in Klingons.
Have you?
Oh, no.
on YouTube, have you run across Mortimer 81? This is a guy who runs a channel on YouTube. A lot of debunking anti-science, and he was after one guy called Spirit Science, he claims to believe everything, especially the stuff that contradicts everything else he believes. But there was one point at which Jordan, this is the Spirit Science guy, was doing a film and said, at this point, this is where two extraterrestrial races came to Earth to help mankind. They were the Martians and the Hebrews. And Marty is there with, Jews are from space. Wait a minute. I always thought that Hebrew sounded like Klingon. You've got to look him up. He's a big sweetie as well. He's helped me with a couple of my videos a couple of years ago. Provided me some background information. And he's a physics teacher in Sweden. And
awesome.
Big sweetie. I don't know how many.
I just realized when some of my tongue started sounding like something from the next generation, that added some doubt in my mind. And I realized how people can get so indoctrinated and how xenoglossia started, how it worked. And I could go into a big spiel about it because, like I said, I experienced a lot of it. I was Pentecostal for almost 30 years, so I could sit there and go into, tell me about it. I could really go into everything I observed and understand, how tongues have never been interpreted because tongues isn't a true language.
Right.
It is.
It's noises.
A conglomeration. Right. It is people subconsciously putting languages together or putting, anything from baby talk and English together, or like I said, in my case, Klingon and Jewish together, which obviously has got to sound weird.
Steht der Buche ohne Tracht und Tracht die ganze Nacht.
It's almost like when you're trying to make fun of a language or caricature a language, especially Jewish, you really start hearing how people sound when they're trying to sound like they're either speaking something that might be Jewish. And that's what I heard a lot of. It was a lot of the and the
a lot of glottals. Many much glottals.
Like you're hawking up a loogie.
Oh my! Well, German kind of sounds a little bit like that. Really,
German is very guttural. Yes, between German and Russian are very guttural.
Well, German is the only language. Yeah, it's the only language on earth. German is where "I love you" sounds like a threat. You can
find the word for the butterfly for Germany. It's like the words German, the words in German of butterfly, ambulance, and I love you sound like someone's fixing to kill you. That's even Russian can sound a little soft.
I've got to go back and try to refresh my Russian. I lived in a borough here in southwest Pennsylvania that had a large population of Russian immigrants. It was Homestead, Pennsylvania, just on the border of Pittsburgh. And I started picking up Russian because I wanted to know what these guys were saying about me behind my back. It was... it was close enough.
German for I love you is Ich liebe dich.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but that sounds like I live for dick.
There you go.
Anybody else listening be like, say what?
And then, you got Ich liebe dich. And then for the ambulance, it's Krankenwagen. There's another one for you. And
can we keep it simple, please?
Yeah, it's like, yay. Yeah, it was funny. I took German in high school, and then I continued to study into college. When I was in high school, there was this thing called the declamation contests. Each of the foreign languages had their own. It was a poetry recitation thing. You had a required poem and an optional poem. and you went before judges and you recited these poems, and you were supposed to have the feeling and the interpretation, and your language skills had to be good and everything else. I took first place twice. Entered twice, first place twice. And the funny thing, though, the first year I did this, the judge before whom I stood knew my high school German teacher. And something I have to say here is that they had divisions. Those of us who were native speakers and those who were not. Because you grew up speaking German at home, obviously you're going to be a little bit better at it, and you're going to have some other differences to the kid who learned German in the classroom. Judge called Neil over and says, "Hey, Neil, what's he doing in the non-native speaker area? He's a native speaker." And Neil said, "No, he's not." Well, I had my babka to thank for that. She was teaching me Slovak when I was 2 years old, and I learned how to make those other sounds that most people who speak only English don't learn how to make. And my babka was fluent in both German and Slovak. The place she grew up was, I like to call, "What country are we in this week?" It was right on the border between Slovakia and Poland. Poland at that time was overrun by Russia, yes, I believe. But there was still a large German population there. So, I learned how to make the sounds, and I learned the language. And I've forgotten most of the Slovak she ever taught me, darn it. But
my opa was in the army, and he was stationed in Germany for a number of years. So he was on the western side, and that's actually where I learned how to call him opa.
Yes, I recognized that immediately.
I don't remember ever learning it. Of course, they said that I just learned it from hearing him talk about it. At 2 years old, I'm cussing in German, which I don't remember much of. Again, he was U.S. Army. His family, half of his family was Native American, so he obviously picked this up when he was in the service.
Mm-hmm.
So he was stationed in Germany for a long time. My mother was born in Stuttgart, and she learned a good bit of it, and I ended up picking up on it. But no, I completely understand. When I actually start getting it, I'm able to pick up dialects and languages certain. And when I actually start saying words, they'll ask me if I'm actually a natural speaker. I'm like, no, it's like singing. You pick up timbres and tones, and you can just kind of smooth right into it and almost BS your way through.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, I hate to pat myself on the back so much, but I am a trained bass baritone. So I sing.
So am I.
I sing German and Italian, and
okay.
it's. I know I sing better Italian than I speak. Let me tell you that. No,
I speak better Latin than I do singing English.
Oh, well, there's the other one. I mean, growing up Roman Catholic, I did learn singing Latin. Especially some of the classical masses from Haydn and Mozart, that sort of thing. And Beethoven, he only wrote 2 masses. Good for him. He was functionally an atheist. But hi, you. There's a kitty over here.
This is probably because he got diddled enough by priests who realized, all right, this ain't cool. So
there you go, man. Oh Lord, yeah, and his father was not fun either, but that's beside the point.
But I can definitely tell you that having been deployed to Iraq, I can tell you right now the major differences in religion, and then seeing one culture convert to another religion, how they bring that with them, and how they express the Kurd Christians. And if I feel sympathy for anybody in Iraq, it was definitely the Kurdish Christians, because they're trying to be left alone while the Sunni and the Shia are shooting at them at the same time. So the Sunni and the Shia will sit there and shoot at each other. You got a Kurd Christian come up out of the wilderness.
They'll both turn on the Kurd. Yeah.
Right, and then they'll get back shooting at each other. So having seen, that severe split, and then having seen them just ask for some help, I, like I said, and I tell people, I've seen the worst of non-religious and religious. And to be honest, if I could get rid of anything in the world, it'd be religion.
I'm with you. I'm right behind you.
I would simply get rid of religion than any other virus, because if we got rid of religion, we could concentrate on the virus.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, and it's who is it that described religion as a virus? Was that Boghossian?
I know there's one fellow out there that wrote a book about it, the God virus.
Yes. You got me thinking now.
One of my favorite quotes is, religion allows good people to do bad things.
Oh, right.
Good people to do good things, you have bad people who do bad things, but religion gives excuses to good people to do bad things.
Yes, I'm trying to remember. I believe that was Steven Weinberg who said that. One of my heroes.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was it.
He shared the Nobel Prize for discovering the electroweak integration. It was Weinberg, Shelley Glasgow, and Simon van der Meer who shared the. I think it was 1974.
That was always a joke in my family. If you wanted a Nobel Peace Prize, be Jewish. If you wanted to share one, be atheist. So.
There you go. Oh my! I'm trying to remember who it was that said something. There was something about converting to Judaism that went. There was a subject of discussion, and this person said something about it's a way to increase your chances of winning a Nobel Prize. Yeah.
That was one of the gentlemen that was I don't know if he was a rabbi or he was definitely Jewish. He was talking with Christopher Hitchens about it.
Oh, wait a minute! Yes, Harold Kushner.
His ass about joking about circumcision.
That was Harold Kushner. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. He sat there. He's like, "How dare you?" Poke fun at people about circumcisions. What do you do that? He's like, "It's not funny."
I tell you, but Hitchens had a point. He really had a point.
Yeah.
Well, people were trying to shove Kushner down my throat for years with that book he wrote, Why Bad Things Happen to Good People. And he's sorry, but Kushner, to my opinion, is just a little too apologetic for his religion, or any religion, really. And really close behind is David Wolpe. He's another one, another religious apologist. I mean, not for a living, but functionally, yeah. America's rabbi. Oh, Lord.
You may have had the Roman Catholic side, and bless your heart for it, but I've definitely had the best of both worlds. I've had and the Pentecostal, and between those two, you learn that there's a significant difference. I can tell you this much: in the Pentecostal, they'll tell you that everybody's wrong, and when you start asking questions, they'll tell you you're too smart for your own good. So
you're cutting in and out. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I think my. Hold on.
Okay. To what?
What you probably don't have anymore. Let's hold on.
Unfortunately, I still have it. I can't afford to have anything done about that. And it's got in the way more than once. Well, if you hang around me long enough, you'll know who I'm talking about when I talk about the immense crush. But I have a feeling that one of the problems there is, my inability to afford the surgery. And, oh, well, what are you going to do?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I certainly can. 5 by 5.
I was about to tell you, Christopher Hitchens probably had the best in the definition. He's like, I prayed once, and
yes!
to have a hard one.
Yeah.
And he's like, if my God-given member wouldn't give me any rest, I didn't want it to have any rest either.
Yes. I wish I could have met him, because we could have had some really interesting discussions, because I was with him all the way as far as the religion was concerned, but we were diametrically opposed when it came to the Middle East invasion.
Yeah. Well, it was odd because he agreed with Iraq. I'm a former veteran of Iraq. We should have never been there.
Right.
Other than that, I agreed with most of what he had to say. Matter of fact, I think my favorite debate of all time is with him and Stephen Fry against is Catholic. That IQ2, that is probably my most favorite debate.
Yes, I'm with you. It was against, let me see now, Ann Widdecombe and Bishop Anayakan.
Yes.
Or Archbishop Anayakan.
They obliterated him. It was hilarious. Stephen Fry. I've always loved Fry and Hughes. That was always one of my favorite Britcoms. But then when you put him with Hitchens, that was it. They won when they walked in the door.
Oh man, and I liked a couple of the quips that Hitchens threw in there, good naturedly, because he and Fry were close friends.
Yeah, when I was surprised, he's not like most.
That's the one. That's the one I was gonna. Yes.
He's like, yeah. No, he is like most girls I know.
He's absolutely boy mad. Oh God, yes. He was taken from us too soon. Oh my word!
I know, like most Brits, he was an asshole, but I think that was what.
But that was his nature.
Like
yes,
Dawkins. They are they're very brass. They will tell you what's on their mind, and they don't care. It's kind of like the Aussies. They'll sit there, like if you're crying, the Aussies will reach over and swipe your tear, taste it, and it's like, tastes like gravy, and they'll tell you, they don't care. Get over it. This is their opinion. Maybe you should listen. And I think that's the type of the crass that America needs to adopt again.
And the darn thing though was, I will forever hold this against Christopher Hitchens, because he went and died on Kate's birthday.
Yeah, she just told me that, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my heart.
Yeah. Oh my. Yes, so happy birthday, one of those deals. It's like, fuck this.
Hey, look, my birthday marks the Lincoln's getting shot in the head, and the Titanic hitting the iceberg. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, and a day before taxes are due in the U.S. I'm like, wow, happy birthday to me.
Oh my. Oh, that's right. It hit the iceberg on the 14th and sank on the 15th.
I can't say the Titanic sunk on my birthday, but I ain't sure enough say they rammed that iceberg like there was no tomorrow. So
yeah. Oh my word. There was a little bit of family lore going around, which turned out to be absolutely not true. But the story.
They said there was a cursed mummy on board. They said.
Well, the story.
All types of crazy mess.
The story was that my babka was booked to come to the U.S. on the second voyage of the Titanic. That was not true. No, the Titanic sank in 1912. My babka came to the U.S. in, I think it was 1915. So definitely not.
No, my family was long here before then, and they were seated in Georgia. So unfortunately.
Oh man! And
like I said, my grandfather has told me many a times that I've got officers that served in the Confederate Army that I should be proud of, and I'm like, why? And then when he explained to me that I should be proud, a lot of people don't know, and this is for some of the folks that live in the South that are Southern Baptists. If anybody's listening, realize that in 1958, I think, or 1858. The Southern Baptist Church broke off from the Baptist Convention because they honestly believed and were correct that the Bible condoned slavery. And
oh my! I'll tell you,
they were proud of that. I'm like, how? You
want to hear some fun stuff? I don't know if you've ever heard any of G-Man's videos.
Lord have mercy. Yes, I have that. Yes,
You've heard him apologize for slavery then.
yes.
Let's remember that he's a black man.
I'm not a violent person, even though I'm not violent. I've wanted to reach to the computer and slap him a few times, hoping that I can slap some sense into him.
Oh man, Kate was on a live stream with S.J. Thomason and G-Man simultaneously a few weeks ago, and oh, that was so much fun. Oh, not. I mean,
I can't imagine anybody taking that man seriously.
Kate has thick skin. She's got a constitution of steel, but I still felt for her when she was on there because Gary was going nuts.
I bet you when she cut that stream off, she was in there cussing every cuss word in every language.
Pretty much, yeah. I wasn't there to hear it. I wish I could have been, but that's beside the point. Everybody on the internet knows, but that's. No, you have to understand that I have a 93,000-ton crush on Kate.
My favorite will still be Arn Raw going on with Kent Hovind, and then G-Man just hurling on up.
Yes,
up in there. I'm like,
and that scene where Gary picks up G-Cat and holds G-Cat out toward the camera. Yeah, we were going nuts.
I have to agree with Arn. That cat looked in there and said, "Someone please send the police."
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Oh man. Yeah, it's. I will not go on the air with G-Man. I will not go on the air with SJ. She's already asked me to come on her show, and it's like, no. The dishonesty is rampant. Well, Aaron and I were in that discussion at the same time, and neither of us really wanted anything to do with her.
Here's the thing: as a former Christian, again, of almost 30 years. I will tell you that people earnestly, and I'm talking about just with the deepest fiber in their being, believe this. They're not being dishonest in the way that people would think they're being dishonest. They honestly, true-heartedly believe that what they're saying is true, and that's what's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's something I learned in our back with people that are willing to blow themselves up. They honestly believe that they're correct. You can't tell them otherwise. You cannot teach them otherwise. But they honestly, truly believe that they're doing the best for humanity.
Well,
the most dangerous.
What gets to me about Stephanie is the so-called discussion tactics of hers and everything else, where not necessarily the religion itself, although that does work in there, but just the way she deals with the people she's discussing with and everything else is rather dishonest, and a lot of us have noticed this. And I was surprised, really, that Kate was on SJ's shows twice, and I was surprised at how decent SJ was when Kate was on. And my mind is working with, okay, what's she planning? And maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, folks like SJ, folks like Kenneth Copeland, folks like
oh God,
I understand that they are more than likely almost 100% being dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is they put on such a good show that they have convinced others, and they personally believe that they are 100% being honest. Or 100%.
Yeah,
it's coming from their heart, and that's where you have to learn. Yeah, that's where you have to kind of get in there and dig, and say, look, this doesn't make sense. I want you to really think about it. And it's difficult, especially down here in the South.
No,
I'm on how I used his videos about the Noachian deluge, Noah's flood.
Mm-hmm,
Trying to convince one of my coworkers who, has gone to
sweetie,
he has gone to he's gone to Ark Encounter more than once. He's gone to Dinosaur Land more than once.
You're speaking of Aaron.
Him how Noah's.
Oh no, this other guy. Okay.
Thing, scientifically, it couldn't have been a thing. There's no way. And I sat there and I went into the science of it, and I'm pulling out, formulas and all that jazz. And I finally got him to the point to where he understood that God had to have used magic for it to work. There's no other way. From there, I was able to try and explain to him how magic isn't a thing. But it's still, that's how deeply rooted some of these people are. And people like Ken Ham, people like Kent Hovind, people like all the other prosperity pastors sit there and dig into people. It's hard to
I'm not doing this right.
determine who's lying and who honestly believes.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part.
Now, my understanding is that Ken Ham earnestly believes his spew. It's just that he's a dick.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sorry, not Ken Ham. Kent Hovind.
Kent Hovind.
Ernest Ken Ham. There's some question.
Well, and that's the thing is it's hard to determine unless you've actually sat down and talked with them one-on-one. You sit there and watch them all day long. And that's the most difficult part is trying to determine if they really believe it or if they're really sold by the money-making product. Because that's what religion is, money-making product. That's what it is. Religion is all about making money.
Oh, sure.
Whether they realize it or not. It's about controlling the masses and making money.
Especially to people like Dollar, who's aptly named, and
Yes.
who's the other idiot? Joel Osteen. Ooh, he's all about the almighty dollar.
Yes.
Nacho, honey, if you feel like coming on in.
Osteen, Kenneth Copeland, Joyce Meyer, Creflo Dollar, all of them seem to be they're all on that prosperity gospel. And that's dangerous.
Yeah,
Because they'll have little old ladies giving their life savings to them and not getting anything in return.
Right. Yeah, they're all going to get their reward, of course, after they're dead.
Right.
And, you don't, pay up when, no need to do that. God, Nacho, Tony, are we having a get-together of the old movie night group here, or what's going on? Seriously, sweetness, if you feel like coming on, check your DM, and we'd love to have you, or however that works. And, well, shit. Where's Terry? If you're still here, if you feel like coming on, or we'll see what we can do. Okay. Yay. I don't get to talk to Nacho very often. This is the darn thing. We are on literal opposite sides of the world. So, what little we would get to talk with each other, either he would be just waking up and I'm just going to bed, or I'm just waking up and he's just going to bed. It's like, yeah, that's the bed. Anyway.
I want to say it's the opposite, but I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've dealt with world time, so.
Nacho's in Brisbane. And
so he's probably just waking up because usually by the time Mama Atheist is doing helping out Chris and them on the morning show, or it's nighttime for them, daytime for her, and I'm just a state over. So he's probably just waking up. He's probably in his afternoon.
Yeah, when we would talk, we would be on opposite sides of the day no matter what happened. It would be, either it's morning where he is, and then I'm, about ready to just fall over and fall asleep, or I'm just waking up and he's ready to fall asleep. Yeah, and but he is such a big sweetie. I love him. He's my upside down sweetie.
I got you. Yeah,
I am so jealous of Mero.
Yeah, Australians have to turn their cameras upside down so us Americans can see them right.
There you go. Oh, my word. Oh, my. Hi, Tony. Sweetness. Yay. Oh, my. Am I going to have another 6-hour live stream? I'll have been live streaming all day. Wouldn't that be fun? I've done that more than once. You ever do a 24-hour live stream? Those are great. Yeah, sure. Oh, God. When we used to do movie night with Jeff, my time, we'd start at midnight. And if I got to bed at noon, it would be early. I miss him. Oh, God, I miss him so much. I have kidney problems. I have long-term, chronic kidney disease, and there was a point where I had to get a kidney biopsy. They wanted to know what was going on in there. And well, I live by myself. I have nobody out here or anything like that. So he says, "You need a way to get to the hospital. I'll take you." It's like, Jeff, you have to drive over 300 miles to get to me. He said, "Yeah. What time do you need me?" And this is the kind of guy he was. He came out here. We had the day together. He took me for the biopsy and everything. He never got to know the result because he was dead 2 days later.
Sorry to hear that.
Heart attack, at the age of 52. But he was totally amazing.
Miss Dinah, I did send you a tweet. You can check later to your DM. It's the young lady I was telling you about. And when you read it, you will absolutely understand where I'm coming from.
Okay, then.
You'll see why I'm worried. So.
Okay. Am I super loud? I'll do something about that. Okay, Beach.
Yeah. I would say, damn, my bleeding heart, but we need more bleeding hearts in the LGBT community because there's a lot going on that people don't realize.
Let's turn this down. Okay, Beach, how am I sounding right now? Am I any better? I hope I am. I have to get accustomed to the volume settings on this microphone because I haven't used this microphone in a long time. The mic I had on my boom decided it was going to break. And it has a squeal, an electronic interference noise that I just can't get rid of. Blue Yeti, I paid $115 for this damn thing. Oh, great. And it lasted me about a year. But
I haven't had to turn down, your audio or anything. So you're coming in good for me, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, these are the microphones that were built into my 2 video cameras. I actually have 2 cameras. Because if you're looking at my YouTube page, there's you in the center off to the right, and then there's me in the corner in the upper left. Each of those is a different camera. I'm picking up from the camera is on my Google Meet, which is what is also showing you. And then my camera 2 is what's showing me up in the corner.
I got you.
I was going to try to do camera 3 for other views, but I don't have a sufficient number of USB ports. Oh, crap. Oh, could that be? Oh, my. Sweetie! Hi!
Hello, Doc.
How is you is?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Oh,
to do it.
It's slowly these days. I think like everywhere.
Is Meryl keeping you busy?
She's trying to. That's for sure.
Okay.
Just busy enough to not be able to put out a lot of videos.
Okay then. Let her know that I'm extremely jealous of her.
Now, I have to say, because it was something that, I don't know if you noticed anyone in the chat saying it, but you're very loud in the...
I saw Beach say that, and I turned it down a bit. Is it enough, or do I need to turn it down more?
I'm not sure, because I'm muted to join, so I haven't been hearing since I was in before. But like before, when you'd laugh and stuff, it would bust the speakers. It was way loud.
Well, of course, yeah. I'm not a tiny little voice anyway. I mean, that's back from my boy days. The big, strong voice for you is to talk like that on there for you. What the fuck am I
Miss
talking
Diana
about?
and Nacha, I'm afraid I have to bow out for the evening. It's getting
Oh, well, please do not be a stranger. I mean, seriously,
course
I'd
not.
love
Of
to
course
make
not.
room to have you on more and more and more. You do know that I have the Sundays at noon Eastern and the Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Eastern. You're Central Time, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be 11 and 6.
Okay. Well, as long as it doesn't clash with Mama Atheist, because I'm afraid I'm attacked to her first. So.
Okay, now my Sunday show might come close to Mama Atheist. Yeah, might come close to Amanda because trying to remember what time she goes on. Because when Kate was on the show today, she had originally thought that she was going to be on overlapping our usual show time, but it turned out that Amanda moved the time, I guess, and Kate was able to do double duty. Oh, God, I love that woman. Anyway, I didn't say that, Kate. Really, I didn't. I just thought it very loudly, okay?
But no, you definitely, I had been following you before, but now I am definitely subscribed to you via YouTube.
Danke
Have your
schön.
notifications, so.
Well, Kate is my right hand. I don't know if I'd know how to do a show without her anymore. And Mom NATO is another big, 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 big sweetie. Love her dearly. And yeah, it's just great that we can bounce stuff off each other and everything else and have a little banter going. Because I tell you what, I suck at solo work. I really do. Absolute.
Well, I just love to see that anytime I notice someone, they're connected to someone. I mean, I'm able to play, what was it, Degrees of Bacon with everybody. And I realize too, and I'm like, I know all of you, and I'm just usually a voice in the background. So,
Okay,
it's
well,
been a true pleasure.
I'll go ahead and drop names, but I'm 1 degree to Alan Rock, but that's beside the point.
Look, I was tickled pink to actually talk to the man for just a few months, so I could die happy if need be.
What you and Al talked?
No,
Oh wait, we're talking. Oh, I've met Aaron as well. Oh God, he is such a big sweetie. I love him.
He is, and Matt Pitt was, I love the man. He was sitting there, he was kind of worried about it. I'm like, look, everything I've heard about the man, he is down to earth. You'll do just fine.
Oh yeah,
exactly. That and I sat there and I piped it a couple times, and the man answered me, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my gosh, I could die happy now.
It was amazing. I met him. Well, we had worked together a couple of times previously, but I met him in person at the last ARC protest, and I'm walking on the green, purple rhymes with orange, and I went down to Kentucky together, and Aaron, as usual, is talking to some Christians and what. He gets through, and I'm pointing in his direction. Hey, do I know you? Have I seen you somewhere before? And with this big smile on his face, as wide as the state of Kentucky. Hey, how are ya? And it's like, you're actually happy to see me? What? And we were at Hilton's house later that evening. The guy who got the whole thing up and running and everything for that many years. And we were just talking about stuff and things, and just like two people who've known each other for centuries. He's asking me about transgendered stuff, and why are you asking me? What do I know? It's like, but he's he's a great hugger too, by the way, and he's just such a big sweetie.
Well, Madam Diane, I hope you have a wonderful evening. Nacha, you have a wonderful day, sir. And I will definitely talk with y'all later, okay?
Thank you for being here, seriously. Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. And, okay, what I will say is, let's see, Domini Spiritu Sancto, Dominico Frescum.
And I'll say, au revoir, auf Wiedersehen, and adios.
There you go, sweetness. Night, night. Hi, Jen. How are ya?
Hi.
Right, Jen.
Bye, y'all. Y'all have a great evening now.
Hi, Nacho. How are you?
There's my upside down sweetie. Yay!
Hi. How are you? I'm sorry I couldn't join you earlier, but
He's, but I can tell you, you're here now, and it's great, and everything else. Do I understand?
You don't have to worry about critical bitches conflicting with you too often, because Amanda and I tend to put the show on at times that suit the guests.
Okay, then.
And the only reason I couldn't do last night's show with Amanda was because I had doctor's appointments this morning, and there's no way I could have stayed up till 4 o'clock in the morning and then get to the doctor.
A moo. Yeah, and
yeah.
Well, just always know that if you ever have a panel opening, there's somebody over in Pittsburgh who will stay up
no,
for
no, we definitely plan on having you as a guest.
Danke schön.
It's in the plans, Amanda. I'm pretty sure we'll have Notcher on as well at some point.
Oh, yay!
So, and we're also planning on doing a few more shows like what we did with Kent Hove and that.
Oh, shit.
You will get different people on at different times to do different things as far as that goes.
Oh,
it's a bit of organizing and stuff. And,
oh, yeah. Do I understand, hon?
Yeah.
From talking to Mom Nato this morning, do I understand that there's the possibility of a Wednesday movie night during the day?
Yeah, she was talking about doing that during Corona. There is definitely one this week.
Okay.
There's definitely one happening this week
because that would free that would.
Casey's available.
You might see more of me that way.
Will be daytime for you guys and evening for us.
Because the main reason, like 99 and 44 100% of the reason I haven't been around much is because I just can't stay awake that long.
And you and I have not managed to be on the same show.
Yes, that's the other one. That's the really screwed up part about it. Oh my! I'm trying to remember.
I have managed it, but the weeks I've been on, you've been off, and vice versa. It's been really annoying.
You know what? I'm just curious now. Who is left of the original crew?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not original crew, so
yeah. I mean, when I say original, it's the crew that was there when Jeff was running the show. God, I miss him. Anyway,
and I don't get a chance to get in often enough anymore.
Yeah, not sure what. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
please.
we're gonna have to talk.
It's a combination of it doesn't run as long as it used to. So when we put when Leah was started, it was like, all right, that's all right, because usually that's only an hour or 2 hours max. So I can jump into the sci show. But now it only runs for 2 or 3 or 4 maximum hours.
Yeah, it gets too late, and
well, if it went later, it would be better for me. Because it used to run for like 8 hours.
Oh God, yes.
4 hours after that, I'd be able to jump in and enjoy the show.
One of the options that I talked about with Mum Nato was actually doing like a post movie show.
Oh.
That different people who were part of movie show took to their channel afterwards, like an after show, and we have another thing that we sit down and debunk on that.
Oh.
It's not a movie show, it's a post-movie show. I've actually done one once, and Tornado and I, just went nuts on someone.
I heard about that one, yeah.
It was something we were thinking of doing just to give people more of a chance to get in and join in, because a lot of the shows are a lot shorter now. So, and that would kind of like suit me and Notcher, because I mean, it's lunchtime for me that it normally starts, so it blows my day out.
Moo, okay.
So, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's things that we can organise, especially at the moment, to give people more things, and ourselves more things as well. So, like one of the things I've been thinking of doing is doing organising with different people to run daily streams at about starting at about half an hour ago, because I can't remember your time zone, Diana, and going for about an hour and a half across what would be midday for me and midnight for Eastern Standard Times people.
Okay.
In the US, that's as a midnight America, midday Australia. Although it's only midday for me, but
now you're starting to sound like Purple.
Yeah.
with his
but I
Big Night
wouldn't
Mid
co-
America. Yeah,
But
I know
wouldn't
you
have
would.
to cross over with Purple because he's got his actual show once a week that does it at that time. So that would just be the
There
show
you
that
are.
people
Yeah,
go
it's
to.
perfect. Yeah, I haven't been
And
on
if
his
any of
show
us are
lately
doing it
either.
wanted to pick up a different day, that means something like this is happening every day at around that time for us to get involved in. And it could even just be playing Quiplash or something like that.
Or something, yes. Especially, excuse me, please, with the lockdowns that are going on now,
Yeah.
it would be so great, for people to have company that way. And I mean, I'm up for that shit. Really, it's. I was thinking about doing yet another show. Maybe myself this time. I know I suck at doing solo shows, but that's another story entirely.
Well, in that case, Diana, what time were you looking at doing it?
I wasn't sure yet, because what I'd have to do is plan it around people like Purple, so I'm not stepping on him.
Well, if it doesn't involve in me losing tons of sleep because I haven't coped with that lately,
yeah,
I would be more than happy to, if Kate's not available, to co-host with you.
Well, there's the darn thing. I mean, as much as I would love to have, never mind. You know where I'm headed.
Phrasing.
Yes, I cannot monopolize all of her time as much as I'd like to sometimes, but
yeah, well, I'm more than happy to help out. I mean, I don't have a lot else I can do at the moment, and it's just got worse for me because my whole thing for going to the doctor today was I spoke to her last week because I wanted to know when I could end my isolation from the probable coronavirus I had, but I mean, I obviously didn't. But you still have to wait until you stop showing symptoms before you're allowed to leave because they didn't test me.
Okay.
Because I wasn't considered a high enough risk, but I showed symptoms. And at the end of it, we were talking about it, and she said, "What are your risk categories?" And they said, "Well, I don't have a lot of high risk. I'm a mild asthmatic, and I have anemia." And she goes, "What sort of anemia is it?" And I go, "Pernicious." And she goes, "All right, I need to look at your blood test." And she goes, "I've got no blood test here for you to have for it." And I've been seeing this, been going, not her, but this same surgery for 10 years now. She goes, "Why don't we have any tests for your pernicious anemia?" And I go, "Well, I got diagnosed 15 years ago, and I just haven't bothered about it." And she goes, "You're a fucking idiot. Do you have any of these signs and symptoms?" And I go, yeah. And she goes, "You've started going down the roads of autoimmune disease, and you've got minor nerve damage."
Hello.
Oh, so Lord. I had to go and see her today, and she had to do a couple of tests, and I got a blood test, and yeah. She's not happy with me. I'm not happy with myself because I basically didn't pay any attention to it, and it looks like, I mean, they've still got to confirm it with all the extra tests, but yeah, it looks like I've basically got an autoimmune disease now, which is fucking awesome considering the
beautiful
current climate.
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant.
And you don't even live in the U.S. This is the hell, because okay, I mean, not to one-upsmanship or anything else like that, but I'm not seeing anybody from kidney problems anymore because I can't afford it.
Yeah.
And with my kidney thing, I'm also at risk. That's the other thing.
This doesn't cost me anything. There is no reason why I shouldn't have been having the tests. I didn't know that it could lead to an autoimmune disease.
I didn't either.
It was explained to me when I was diagnosed.
I never knew that.
No, I didn't either. And B, I never realized it was that much of a problem. I knew sometimes my red blood levels would get low enough that I'd have to take supplements and everything to get it up. And because it's pernicious anemia, I can't take iron because that doesn't work. I have to take B12 to bring my B12 levels up, so I process the iron. So that's where that goes all messed up. But you've also got to be really careful with the levels you take, because if you take too much B12, it screws up your white blood cells.
Hello.
Yeah. So I've in general erred on the side of making sure my white blood cells are okay, but it's all just been self-done. I haven't bothered to go and get tested for it, and although I've mentioned it to a couple of doctors, nobody's actually said to me, "Go and get a test."
Mm-hmm.
And then she goes, "Well, you're a fucking idiot because you should have been testing all the way along." And she goes, "Now that we know
Do you think then it's the doctors that are the idiots for not having you get a test? Like, how is that?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
You're not the
yeah,
doctor.
well-
You're not meant to know all the shit. That's their job to know all the shit.
Well,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
agree
Or
with
are
you.
they?
If you're meant to get all these tests, then they should be like, well, we'll get
Yeah,
you
go and
into
have
these
a
tests
test.
every now
Yeah,
and then.
I'm
Well,
not-
are they complaining that she
when
hasn't
other
been in to
doctors
see a
said-
doctor about this? I don't know.
Yeah, no. Well, I haven't actually gone to see a doctor about my anemia at all. I have mentioned it during consults about other things.
Yeah, I'm
But
for
Or
example.
they sort of moved on to whatever else we were talking about and not concentrated on it. In this case, this
Yeah.
particular doctor said to me, no, we have to test you. You will probably have to be tested regularly because we have to really, really watch your medication and make sure that we keep your levels exactly right because because any nerve damage you've done. That's it. You're
Yeah,
stuck with
there's
that.
really no recovering.
There's no recovering from it. And we don't want it to be worse.
Oh,
So it's
my.
mild at the moment. I get tingling in my fingers and numbness in my feet occasionally.
Oops.
But I just thought that was me getting fucking older.
No, that would be
No,
one
it's-
thing that
no,
really
it's
should have
nerve
had you
damage.
worrying.
So yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that is a concern now, and it has to be dealt with. But fortunately, it's still being dealt with early enough. So
Okay, so it's not going to kill you, you think?
it's not gonna. Well, unless I got coronavirus, then it might fuck me up.
And it wouldn't even feel good, would it? Oh, my.
Nah. But aside from that, yeah, it's not going to kill me, but it's something that had she not said something, I would have just let it go.
Mhm. Well, I'm starting to say I'm like that, for example, so I know where you come from. I'm famous
yeah.
for not seeing doctors. And only
No,
part
I
of
go and see doctors all the time. That's the thing. I mean, if I feel sick, I go and see a doctor. We
More
don't
often
pay
than
for it.
not, I'm not seeing a doctor. But when I, need to, I tend to then go and see a doctor.
Yeah, that's exactly the same for me.
Well, the only reason I
Otherwise,
see
you're not thinking about it. Like why? What?
Yeah, the only reason I see
Not
doctors
often
as
you
often
do.
as I do is, the medications I'm on. I'm on HRT. They demand that I see them. And this is the fun part with all the lockdowns and all this shit going on over here. My clinic is closed, and I'm starting to ration my HRT because I can't get in to see the fucking doctor to get the new prescriptions.
At the moment, we can do phone appointments and get new prescriptions. So,
Well, I can't even get them on the phone. I've tried.
oh, really?
And this is what was really so much fun. The way they're not handling things over here because they're so fucked up. They decided that anyone over 60 had to have their doctor's appointments all canceled because they would be exposing themselves to coronavirus and all this other bullshit. So when did I find out? While I'm on my way there. That's when they put out the phone calls to say your appointment has been canceled. It's like, oh, I just got off the bus and I'm just about to walk into your office. Can you see me anyway? No. And it's like, oh, fuck you too.
So my follow-ups to this will probably, unless of course I need to go in and have a red blood cell transfusion because it depends what my levels are actually like. Unless I have to have that, her further contact with me will probably be by the phone, and then if I need a script, I'll have to go in and pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, with my
It'll be
damned
written for
luck,
me and I'll just talk to her on the phone because they don't like you going in at the moment.
with my damned luck, I'll have to set up a fume hood in here and synthesize the shit myself. One of those deals. And I was just getting accustomed to a new anti-androgen anyway, because when the kidney problem showed up, the doctor that was seeing me at the time said, "I'm taking you off spironolactone." And he said,
Yeah, well, it's not.
"I will kill you." And he said, "No, I'm going to put you on bicalutamide." And I was just getting accustomed to it. We still didn't know if the dosage was right or anything. Then this fucking thing hits.
Yeah, well, it's fucked with a lot of people because anything that's not considered a requirement, and unfortunately they don't count HRT for anyone as a requirement?
Yeah, I have news for these people.
That's true, though. I mean, and I find that absolutely crazy.
HRT is what is keeping me alive, literally.
Exactly. So, but you see that's a lack of understanding by a lot of medical professionals.
Especially here in the U.S., yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know I can get scripts, but I mean, it's a bit different for us here. As long as you've got a long-term doctor that knows about your stuff under coronavirus here, we can just phone up, get a phone appointment, they'll write a script, and we walk into the surgery and pick it up.
I wish I could.
A lot of time in surgery.
I wish I could. Nobody's answering the damn phones. I don't think anybody is actually in there. And that's...
ours isn't like that. So.
Yeah, virtually everything has been closed
I
down.
actually picked up... Well, I didn't pick up a script today. I got a script filled today. I already had the script. So.
Yeah, and what really amazes the fuck out of me is this is a medical facility that is not answering its phones. I've tried calling. I'll try again.
How much do you pay for your meds, Diana?
I'm lucky. I have prescription insurance, so for everything that I take, which is 4 different medications, I'm paying between $10 and $15 every 3 months.
Well, that's actually pretty good.
That's actually darn good. It's better
My
than...
stuff at the moment costs me about $6 a month.
Okay. Yeah, it's... hang on. Oh, my. Oh,
Coronavirus!
There you go. Yeah. I sneezed on you. You're going to die. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, shit. No, the prescription is a lot better than my doctor visits coverage because this... excuse me. What was really weird, my regular doctor retired about a year ago.
Yes.
Retired last June. And he handed me over to his protege, who was not an MD. She's a nurse practitioner. And, okay, now his co-payment was $5 every time I saw him. Hers was $40, because that's the way the insurance company did it. For a lower rank person to see me cost 8 times as much as it did before. So I just told these people, look, I can't do this. I can't afford it. I was lucky enough that I got the one MD that was left at this clinic. I had been into his office for 1 appointment, and then this thing hit. And it's like, Dave doesn't even know my numbers yet. And, what the fuck is going on here? When am I going to be able to see Dave again? I don't know. I don't know how long this thing is going to last in the U.S. Because it's going to last a lot.
I was going to say, compared to you over there, for us, for like Notcher and I, we walk into the doctors, have our appointment, and walk out again. If there's practice bulk bills, we pay nothing. Okay, then. Yeah, I mean, here, the way this whole thing has not been handled, I mean, for old folks like me, getting to see anybody is next to impossible, and we're the people who really should be seen. But
and this is what's going to throw that death rate in the US through the roof.
Oh yes, I'm expecting horror stories, and this is the interesting thing. I was talking with Neil, 604 Atheist, a while back. He's fully expecting to come to Faithless Forum in June. And I said once, and then I'll just keep my mouth shut for the rest of it. It's like, no, Neil, I don't think you're going to be coming because I don't think there's going to be a Faithless Forum.
No, there's no way. No,
it's going to be canceled here. Yeah. But
I mean, there won't be anything like that until October at the earliest.
At the very, very earliest, yes.
We may lose some of the other things of social distancing before then, but big group things is a done. We're done.
I mean, baseball is done here. There will be no baseball this year. They haven't announced it yet, but I know that's going to be announced, which pisses me the hell off. I love my
I'm
baseball.
not sure what the sport's
Okay.
doing here because I don't follow it. So, Notch, do you know what's happening with our sports?
As far as I know, they've wrapped up all seasons.
That's
Yeah,
what
they're
I
not
thought.
playing
That's what I
football.
thought.
Any of the footballs aren't happening. Is that right?
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and here in the U.S. is worse, I would say, than just about anywhere, except possibly Italy and Spain. And it's possible that we've surpassed Italy and Spain already in fuck it up at this.
I think the problem is you don't have a national response there.
Right, because the jackass in chief canceled it all. He fired him. We did have Obama set shit up.
Yeah, pandemic
Yeah.
response unit or something like that.
And then jackass in chief just defunded all of it and shut it all down.
But even that, you're not really getting proper directives from Washington about how
course.
to social distance and how to do everything. It's coming down by state thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, whilst you've got some states that are very good at doing things properly,
Then you've
other
got
states there are
like
fucked.
like Florida, or like I think Texas is pretty much shit and everything else. Yeah, there are still the states that are granting exceptions to the lockdown or the stay-at-home orders or any of this for churches. Now, number one, church is not an essential thing. What really amazes the hell out of me is that churches and beer stores are both on the essential business lists. It's like, what
Okay.
the fuck?
Here in Australia, beer stores are absolutely essential. Church can go fuck itself. Beer stores.
Well, you have real
pubs
beer.
are closed,
Pub's
Pubs are
fine.
closed.
Yeah.
but
That's
the
all right,
but the
Bottle-os
bottle
and stuff
shop
are- yeah.
bottle shops are open, but reduced amount of customers that are allowed in at any one
Yeah.
time.
That's
you
all
have to
fine.
socially- I went into EB Games yesterday because Bob needed to.
How's that an essential fucking service?
It wasn't, but he needed a new set of headphones. but EB Games only allows 4 customers in the store at once, and they actually are policing it. The staff are going, no, out. You wait
Yeah, no,
outside.
They have not.
Yeah.
They have not got to that point here. Not yet. I mean, anybody who wants can walk into Squalmart, for example, and they've limited the hours. They open it, I believe it's 0700, and they close at 2030 hours, if I remember correctly. And they've done that really only to restock the shelves after they've been all picked over. Oh, Christ. I don't know how it was in Perth or in Brisbane or wherever, but around here, the stores looked like they were attacked by locusts.
Oh,
The shelves.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we're the
yeah.
same. There's slim pickings on most of the shelves, but that's got more to do with the supply lines than the stores themselves, because the couriers are shipping less now because of less stuff, because everyone's sort of cut back.
Okay, here the supply lines were okay. It was the people coming in and literally buying, for example, cases
It
of
was
toilet
that
paper.
originally, yes. Yeah,
Um,
no, we have the same thing.
And the paper products are still shot because everybody buys everything off the shelves. I can go in there, well, not now because they're closed, but tomorrow I could go in there and buy meat. They would have the meat, but paper towels or toilet paper, no, it's good luck.
We've been struggling to get toilet paper. Paper towel wasn't too bad, to the point that I actually bought extra paper towels with the thought that if we didn't get any toilet paper, we'd cut paper towels in half and use it as loo paper.
There you go.
But I didn't need to do that because we've got a friend who works at an Aldi's warehouse, and he's allowed to buy one lot of large pack of toilet paper a week straight through the warehouse.
Oh my, okay.
And they already had their stock, so we got offered. So I said, yes, please, I'll have a 24 pack of toilet paper. But that's the only reason why I've got any toilet paper.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when everybody made the run on toilet paper, and it had me wishing that I had a bidet. Really.
I hate bidets.
And look, a bidet is a lot better than walking around with an ass full of shit, you know?
Well, yeah. Fortunately, one of our loos is actually in the shower, in the bathroom, in the main bathroom. So there's a shower right beside it. So if we got desperate, it'd be a case of you go to the loo, you have a shower.
Okay then. Mm-hmm.
That would work, but yeah. But fortunately, it hasn't come down to that. But I mean, whilst we were waiting, each time I went to the shops, if they had a box of tissues, I bought an extra box of tissues. So we got like 8 boxes of tissues.
Well,
I feel like I'm hoarding.
Well, this is the sort of thing I've been doing lately, and I am not able to hoard the way some of these people do because I don't have the space to do it. But I bought a couple extra tubes of denture adhesive, for example. It's okay, just in case I can't get any, I've got it. Cat food, I've got up to my nose holes, so she's in good shape. Let's see, what the heck else what did I do? There was paper towels. I bought extras. When they had them, I got them.
You'll be cutting them in half, won't you, Diana?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, the worst absolutely comes to worst, I'll get in there with a washcloth.
Yeah, because you can rinse it out afterwards.
Yes. And I'm not proud, you know.
You can smack it against the sink and beat the shit out of it.
There you are. That's perfect. I like it. And then there's the little one over there who's being a little shit. So
yeah.
You know what we've got to do? Oh, for the love of
You've been
sake.
Streaming for about 12 hours, haven't you, Diana?
When did I start? Yeah, pretty much. I started up at about 11 a.m. I didn't go live at 11. No, but I...
Were you actually going when Bitches was on, or did you end and then Kate went over to Bitches?
The latter. We ended, and then Kate went over to Bitches, and I sent everybody else over. Said, go watch Kate.
Was able to do that because Amanda was worried about doing the show on her own.
Okay, then.
I didn't let her know I wouldn't be there until Friday.
Oh man, it was amazing because
I wouldn't be there till Friday. So.
Kate rang me up and said, "Hey, can you spare me, the coming Sunday because Amanda wants me on and all this other stuff." Go, by all means. God damn, get some fresh air. How the hell do you put up with me all the time? I wish you would, but never mind.
We'll definitely have you on Bitches at some point, Diana.
Yay! Because I'll tell you what.
Said that to you already, though, hasn't she?
I can't remember. My memory is so bad.
You've been talking to Amanda. You've seen Amanda today, so.
Yes. Well, my memory is so bad. I would forget my name were it not on my passport, and sometimes I still do. Yeah, I'm one of those
That's not so bad if you forgot your birth name, your dead name.
This is the weird ass thing. We were talking about that this morning. I had a dream a night or two ago where I was going through papers and everything, and I found some forms or whatever it was with my dead name on them. And I remember I was, number one, they say that you're not able to read while you're dreaming. Well, yes, I could. I read, and everybody knows this anyway, so I read Edward J. Zavartke, clearly, right on the paper. And I remember saying, gee, that's a name I haven't seen in a while.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah, what the hell, because...
where do I know that person from?
That has not been my name since June of 16. Pretty soon it's going to be... Yeah, it's too bad I had to do this so late, but pretty soon it's going to be 4 years. And the reason I did it so late was I didn't have the money for an attorney. Because I remember talking to an attorney, and she said, "Oh yeah, I'll do it for you for $1,200. $1,200? I'm lucky to have $1,200, in a year to spend on shit, let alone, So I found something called the Name Change Project, which helped poor transies like me. I actually got an attorney pro bono from these people. The only thing I had to pay for was the fingerprinting, and that was 40.
That's so weird. They make it so hard for you guys over there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's you would think that was the only identification means that existed. You know, it's like I still have my same, my social security number, which is more important now than your name even is. But yeah, they make it so difficult, and of course the lawyers have to have their money. You know, you could do it yourself, but if you don't have every I crossed and every T dotted, you've just wasted whatever you've had to pay in filing fees and everything else, and you have to start all over again. And you know, so I wanted it done right, so I wouldn't have to worry about that.
You did yours in 2016, right?
Yes.
Now I did mine in the early 2000s, really early 2000s, right? So for me to do mine, I walked into the registry of births, deaths and marriages, asked for the form, filled it out, paid them $20, and they handed me back the paper saying my name change. When I came back after having my surgery, I took the letter from the doctor stating that I'd had the surgery in, and they gave me my new birth certificate.
Oh, geez, you're so lucky. I am not allowed.
Well, no, I still had to pay for it. I had to pay for it to being printed, but it was just the same cost as going and getting a new copy of your birth certificate.
Well, here's the thing. You were able to do that.
Yeah.
I was born in one of the 3 U.S. states that will not let you change your birth certificate that way. Ohio, Idaho, and Tennessee. You have the birth certificate. You're stuck with the birth certificate you were given when you were born.
That's a cruel thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
Considering how in most countries birth certificates are considered a primary source of ID.
Yes.
This is not fair.
Yeah.
And anybody who can't see that is you're fucked up. You just don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I was born in Ohio, and if you've seen any of the news about legislation and stuff like that recently, Ohio is full of fuckheads. They delight in being mean.
Well, wasn't it Ohio that passed the bill that has basically banned any form of treatment for trans people under the age of 18?
I'm thinking that they might be the one. Let me look.
I think that the other states that tried to do it, it got blocked, but I think that's the only state that got through it. And by any form, I mean anything. They are not allowed to even socially transition.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's them, but I don't want... Here we go. Yep, here it is. Ohio bill would punish doctors who provide gender-affirming treatment.
Any gender-affirming
anything. Yes.
Hormone blockers, hormones when they turn 16, even counselors and even people promoting social transition for young teen trans people.
Yes.
So even if you're not talking about giving them medication, it's still banned in Ohio.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fucked. Because
they are going to kill so many kids with that.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, it was bad enough for me. It was family shit that did most of it, and of course the time, because when I did want to originally transition was 1969, and you know you're not going to see a 12-year-old getting any of that on her own. The slimy bastards would certainly have stood in my way. Well, they would not have stood in my way. They would have cleared the door while they threw me out of it, basically. Literally just, you're gone. But it would have been so much better. I mean, when I look back on it, it would have been so much better for me to have at least had blockers when I was like 9, 10.
This argument against blockers
really annoys me.
Yes.
I get it that people will argue against hormone treatments before the age of 16. Some will argue before the age of 18, but I think 16 is a fair age.
Yeah.
But blockers, whilst they may have some long-term effects, they're not as bad as the long-term effects of making a trans kid go through the wrong puberty.
And here's the interesting thing, though. They complain about trans kids having the blockers. They do not complain about using the very same chemicals to delay puberty in precocious puberty cases.
Yeah.
So if they're so worried about long-term effects, it should be for both, shouldn't it?
It should, but it's an ideological argument. It's not.
Yes, it's not medical at all. Right, you're exactly right. And this is what really pisses me to fuck off. I wish I could do something about it personally.
And ultimately, when you're talking ideological argument, you're talking a religious argument.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's things like the Heritage Foundation and that push these things. And whilst there are some people who argue against it who are just fuckheads, who aren't even religious, they get their knowledge and everything from Heritage Foundation.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know, the TERFs who aren't religious still rely on the Heritage Foundation to push their ideology.
Oh, of course, yeah, because the Heritage Foundation are the only assholes who agree with them. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I just wish.
And Dr. feels entirely out of this conversation.
I tell you what, Nutshot, you want in on the conversation? Why don't you start transitioning? See what Mero says.
Before she did her vagina video, she probably would have been okay with it, but now she knows she's not bisexual. So.
Okay.
She spent too much time looking at pictures of clitorises, which begs a lot of questions to start off with.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Poor Mero. She's not here to defend herself.
Yeah, that's the best kind of assault to mount. Yeah. You're basically unopposed.
I'm assuming she's at work, isn't she not, Chuck?
I would not have a clue.
You would not have a clue. Some boyfriend you are.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you know.
I don't know. I don't live with her.
There was almost a
Well,
thing into that.
When's that coming? You know.
Probably when the business goes to shit and I need a different job.
There you go.
Which could be soon. You never know. The way things are going.
Oh, well, cool. Very cool.
Oh man, I don't know. It's this is the weird ass thing. I get so lonely, but on the other hand, I don't know if I can even manage a cohabitating relationship anymore. I think I may have forgotten how, if I ever knew.
Really?
Well,
I like having
I've been living by myself for 11 years, and when I mean by myself, I mean yes, there are the kitties, but as far as humans
Isn't this
go,
the point where you start seeing all by like a
yeah, pretty much.
How does the tune go? Yeah, that was bad because I can't remember the tune.
All by myself.
Thank you.
I want to be
beautiful.
All by myself.
Oh man.
Yeah, that song.
Living alone.
Who did that song anyway?
Friends have known.
It's the
When I
dreadful
dial the
stuff, something you
telephone.
can't remember.
Oh, you fucking cunt.
brand new lines for the song. You fucking cunt.
Just got taken out in midair by a goddamn army
cunt.
jeep. That cunt. Or it's probably not
Blame
actually him. It's one of his friends. But anyway. Never mind.
You got a rocket bike?
Hells yeah. With wings.
To actually fly.
Yeah. Well, glides.
Well, there was flying. Now there's hamburger on the highway.
Yeah.
Roadkill. So what are you
There's a
playing
few
anyway?
perils. This is GTA.
I
Grand
thought
Theft
it
Auto.
was.
I haven't been able to get this working in, I don't know, days, and I finally just got sick of it. I uninstalled everything, reinstalled it, and now it's working. So I'm like, "Meh, I could play it again. Yay."
Yay.
What gets me, I don't know when I'm going to be able to get my hardware. I wanted to get hardware for the 2 monitor system. And by the time I have enough put aside to get it, I don't know if there's, the supply chain is still going to hold up.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to get
Prices
delivered
are
or
gonna go
anything.
nuts
Say
with
again?
hardware. Prices are going to go crazy with hardware.
Moo. Yeah, because I would like.
I
would
want to
like.
get another SSD to go in this rig, and I'm really reluctant to go and buy one right now because the way the Aussie dollar is and the way the prices are going up with everything.
Well, where is the Aussie dollar now at about what 60 cents?
They're like 50 something. 50
Ooh, it's
something,
worse than I
about
thought.
60 cents.
Yeah, we're in the peak as far as that goes. Although it would be good for sale of commodity, but of course, who's buying shit at the moment?
And there's the thing, I almost wish I had extra money, and I know that's a horrible thing to do, but I almost wish I had some extra dollars where I could buy up a bunch of Aussie dollars and just sit on them and wait.
Oh yeah, there'll probably be a few people who do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it will go up again.
Of course, it has to. It's just a matter of how long it takes.
We don't have to buy Aussie dollars. It's what we have.
Because if it doesn't go up, I mean, well, everybody's screwed anyway. Amiga, sweetie. Amiga is trying to single-handedly support my my live streaming efforts here. I don't know about you. You're a big sweetie. I love you, but oh man. I didn't think that I would be this far along as far as Patreon is concerned.
Do you have now?
Say again?
How many subs do you have now, Diana?
520. No, I'm sorry, I was wrong. 521.
Oh, that's really
Yay.
nice. Woo.
It'll be a while before I can apply for monetization. Not that I ever will, but I'm doing all right. It sounds like I'm complaining, but I'm really not. I'm glad that I didn't fly into space like a rocket, because that's a lot of responsibility if you take off in a big hurry like that. Like Chris, Cirrus, the way God he took off. Yeah, you've got to keep that bar as high as that was, and oh, speaking thereof, I got to get hold of him. Does anybody know how his quest to get his channel back is coming?
Yeah. You should have
Last I
asked
heard,
him while
not
Tony
good.
was still here.
Say again,
yeah,
honey.
Tony was saying. Yeah.
I say last I'd heard, not good.
Chapaloga.
Okay. Tony said last night whilst I was streaming with wondering that it looks like he's got it back. He hasn't got access to it yet. But yeah, it's moving in the right direction.
Yay! 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 Yay!
I did see that YouTube, like last I'd seen was a couple of days, so like it was when like YouTube had sent him a message. God, I can't remember what the message was now. Oh, where they'd shut it down, like they're taking control or whatever off of it.
Yeah, they've taken control and he should get it back eventually. It's just going to take a bit of time.
Oh, yeah, the message. God, that reminded me of the newspaper headlines back in the mid '70s when Gerald Ford was president. We were having the economic problems there. Was it Ford to New York, drop dead, or something like that? It's usually the kind of message you expect from YouTube.
I still think you
me, and Jenny Morgan should do a stream called The Unholy Trinity.
You know, it sounds good. It sounds good. I got to work on this. I mean,
Nice
really.
play on words there.
Oh, I thought it'd be brilliant. Only if we tried to advertise it on Twitter, we'd probably get fucking banned.
Now, I'm trying to remember. This is how bad my memory is. The name of the stream again?
Unholy Trinity.
Trinity. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Instead of Trinity.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you, Takeoff on Tran stuff streams has been, in a way, it's been good to me, even though it hasn't been as good as I'd like. Because were you around at that time when the Godless Island was still a thing, and he did
I wasn't making content, but I was watching stuff.
Okay, so if you were watching him, do you remember the Transatlantic Atheist Alliance?
I don't remember it, but I've heard you talk about it numerous times. And
Yep, and that's how I met Kate. Because it was a whole bunch of, what was it? Okay, I couldn't make it 1 month, so Kate substituted for me. The next month, Demi couldn't make it, so because Kate had already been on the show, she substituted for Demi, and that's how I met Kate. And the rest, as they say, is history.
Kate's
I
lovely.
will. God, I am. Shut up, Clarion.
You're in love with Kate. I just love her. She's just
Okay, sit down, take a deep breath. You're right.
I
No,
know.
I'm not kidding. Anyway,
There's a difference between being in love and actually loving someone.
oh well, that too. That too.
But I know Kate's adorable.
She's amazing. I mean, after that first show we were on together, we're sitting around talking. Say again?
I know she's got way more subs than any of us, but she's still grossly undersubbed.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. No, but what really impressed me was that first show we did together on Matt's channel. After the show's over, we're talking, and talking, and talking. 6 hours later, we're still talking.
I actually think it'd be a good thing to do our Unholy Trinity, and just have different guests, the three of us, and grab different guests on and just talk about various LGBT.
Oh God, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, absolutely.
Not just trans issues.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, Kate is hardly trans, but she is lesbian, so she does have one of those letters.
Yes. We could have Kate on. We could have Shannon on.
Okay.
We could have Amanda on.
Oh, okay.
There's quite a few people within the community that fall under LGBT.
Oh my! And then this is where I wish that I hadn't had to give up Winston, because we could have had the only gay cat I've ever known. Yeah, I was had by a gay cat.
It's pretty cool.
Gay as a picnic basket. Anyway. Oh shit. All the kinds of fun stuff we got going here, and everything. And there's stuff I've been wanting to do that I gotta buckle down and start doing shit. I mean, over the winter I had a hell of a time. Well, I always have a hard time with the seasonal affective disorder. And then when this whole lockdown shit started, I know I'm complaining, but that didn't help at all. Now, there's some stuff I'd like to do as far as, what got me started on it was when I was listening to a number of Bart Ehrman videos on how Jesus became God and all that shit. I'd love to fool around with that a little bit, but I'd have to get a lot of stuff sketched out to do it right.
I mean, I was just, what Bray was going, I wonder if we can find enough trans guys to have a stream of you, me, and Jen, and 3 trans guys.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
Math Blade will come on. You got Atom.
Okay.
I wonder if we could find someone else.
Oh my! The names I can think of offhand, I'm not sure would work well on such a stream. But then again, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'd just be asking. It's really hard to find trans guys who will represent.
Yeah, really, it is. There are times I don't know which of us are more obnoxious, and then I think that okay, we're all obnoxious in our own different ways. I mean, the trans girls have their obnoxious things going, and the trans guys have their obnoxious things going.
Everyone's obnoxious. I don't think it's a trans thing.
That's true.
Because I'm trying to remember.
See, this is something that that I've come to understand over a lot of years, and I think Jen Morgan's in the same position, that there's a lot of things that as trans people you'll go, oh, it's a trans thing, and it's not. It's just a person's thing. Fucking everyone's the same. There are certain things that are applicable to trans people that no one else understands or can get.
Yeah.
But the majority of the shit that happens is stuff that happens to other people who aren't trans, sometimes for other reasons, but it's still the same shit. Like an example of that is my because you wouldn't know it talk because I never fucking shut up talking on stream, but I have social anxiety, and
well, that might be why you talk so much.
Depression. Well, my social anxiety is related to the bullying and being ostracized and stuff as a teen. Not necessarily related to being trans, but being related to being intersexed.
Oh, right.
It happened as it was a cause of the bullying and stuff. So the changes that happened to me were very visible. So I got bullied and ostracized and pushed out. I had people who, one of the incidents that I always remember, and it's really annoying because one of the people who's involved with doing it is a very, very close friend of mine still. But when I was in high school, I had people who decided that I was a good target for bullying, or like they all did. But these particular people were my friends, and they decided the way to bully me, and I don't even know why they decided to do it. And I've had person who I'm still friends with has apologized numerous times to me for this. They decided it would be hella good fun to fuck with me by gluing my school bag shut.
Oh, yay.
And they didn't do it once. 4 times. Till my mum had to buy me a new school bag.
I see.
So, and that was the kind of thing it was. And it was a rejection thing. So my issue with my social anxiety is that if I perceive something as a form of rejection of me, I react badly. And usually I can filter that and know it's happening and that I might not respond well to a situation and get back away from it. But if I'm unwell or overtired, I lose my filters and I can't control that. So I can get really depressed and really thinged off because I think I'm being rejected when that actually may not be the case.
Okay, then. Yeah, I get you.
And that's directly, well, not directly, but it's partly a result of being intersex. But it's a direct result of being bullied and everything as a kid. But the bullying came because I was intersex. So that's attached to the whole trans thing as well, I suppose, in that sense.
Okay, then, Moo. Yeah.
And that's something that a person who was visibly trans as a kid would understand completely, who was bullied for who they were. And somebody who was visibly gay or something like that, who had a visible thing that was a cause of their bullying, understands because they've been through it. But other people wouldn't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't get that. They wouldn't understand where you're coming from with that. And
but I know it's not a trans or intersex thing. Lots of people have exactly the same anxieties for similar reasons because of bullying when they were younger.
Yeah.
Hey, Doc. I'd be mindful.
Doc, sweetie, hey! Yay! Doc is the sweetie, the big sweetie. Anyway.
The moral of the story is don't make me feel like I'm pushed out and I won't lose my fucking twig. No.
Well,
That's not the point, though. I shouldn't lose my twig, but in the wrong situation, I will. And it's something that it's part of my social anxiety, and it's something I don't. In the wrong situation, I don't have any control over it. It just happens.
Well, something a lot of people don't realize is that I am such an extrovert because I am so painfully shy. So I kind of get where you're coming from.
Well,
Clarion? Shy? Said, yes!
I mean, see, I have problems with... I can push myself past because I've learned the coping skills for them and socialize, and I can make friends and stuff like that. But it terrifies me every time because in the back of my head's going, these friends are going to reject me.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's always there. And it's not a rejection thing because I'm trans or because I'm intersex. It's a rejection thing because of the bullying I received because of being intersex when I was younger.
It's like a predisposition, so like being programmed into thinking that's what's going to happen. So you're predisposed to still thinking that because.
Well, yeah, you're batting down the hatches, expecting the tsunami. Yes.
Yeah, you're expecting the tsunami every time, and it's not a good thing. It's really not. I realize it's my issue, but it's really hard to push yourself past that. And like,
and
I can manage it. But you will never, ever, when you have these deep-seated issues, you will never, ever, always be able to control them.
Right. Definitely with you.
There will be times when it gets on top of you, and that can trigger massive depression, which doesn't happen for me that often. I rarely get heavily depressed. I haven't been suicidally depressed since I was in my early 20s. But I rarely get heavily depressed, although it has happened. But it's the whole thing of reacting badly to a situation where I will jump to the straight up conclusion, or I will tear myself apart internally because I keep stressing over what the situation was.
And then there is this cat who can never be said to be a victim of social anxiety.
Yeah.
Right.
So something like this with COVID, where I'm being forced to isolate, is not good for my psyche. Because it makes me feel like I'm rejected, even though I'm not. Because it's so stupid.
Oh, damn it.
And that's the thing.
Let me plug my headset back in.
It's easy to feel those things. And I thought you would understand this entirely, Diana. It's easy to feel those things of rejection, even when they're not there. And Diana didn't hear a fucking word of that.
Yeah, I think she might have missed that last bit.
Yeah,
my cable got pulled out of my headset.
What I said was you would understand what I'm coming from, where I'm saying it's easy to have those feelings of rejection.
Oh yeah.
When they're not real.
Oh yeah. A lot of it comes from with me. A lot of it comes from my family life.
Yeah.
Where the rejection was all too real. For decades and decades. So yeah.
It scars you. It is the scarring of yourself, and you have to work really hard to overcome those things. I'm pretty sure Notch would have similar things because of his stuff.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate a sort of in a similar sort of way, especially for the appearance too. Like one thing that's quite distinct in my memories is being accused of being gay just because of the way I look, I suppose. Always been a bit outlandish and loud.
Oh my.
And so to the rest of the world, back in the little country town I grew up in, I was gay. And so no one wanted to be your friend because they thought you were gay. And then no girls would talk to you because they thought you were gay. And then I was disabled as well.
You felt rejected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And JW.
Jen, did you
And
see
yeah,
I
the
appreciate it.
did you see the message from Be
I did,
Mindful?
and I was going to say yes. I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, that's two of us. Love to do it.
I'm actually doing a stream next Monday or Tuesday, and my brain cannot remember which day it is because it's Monday for some people, Tuesday for me. I think that's how it's working. It's Monday night, I think, for people in the US. Tuesday for me, with Shannon Q and Donna T, and that will be about depression and anxiety and coping with COVID.
Donna T. Do I know Donna?
Donna is a nurse in the UK.
Say again, hon?
Donna is a nurse in the UK.
Oh,
she's
Gita Balokota.
still appearing on streams and stuff, but she doesn't have her own channel. Lovely person. She will be on that. And Raven, Jay's wife, will be on.
Okay, then.
So I'm actually doing a discussion about that. But yeah, I'm more than happy to talk about this with other people. In all honesty, up until the shit that happened last weekend, which I'm not going to go into details on, I had not talked about this with anyone in our group. I mean, this is the first time I said anything to you, Diana, and I've talked to you heaps about my anxiety and where that's
Moo. Okay.
and that's because I didn't want to, because I it's actually one of the few things about myself that I perceive as a weakness. And I
Okay.
didn't like talking about it, but I got to the point where I think people should know why I react sometimes to things, and I kind of think that's important.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Excuse me. Yeah. Shannon.
People think that, but I think that it's important to know that, hey, if Jen's just gone off the deep end over something, or if she's stressing or going on about something that doesn't seem important to anybody else, why? Well, if I pre-explained it, people can go, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Give her some space, or maybe we should try and calm her down, or I'm not the kind of person who desperately needs space when shit like that's happening. Quite often, I'm rather talk it out with people. So, they say he needs space is probably actually the worst thing with me actually saying you need space, because it just makes me feel worse.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's interesting how we can be so fucked up by stupid things that happen.
Yeah. Especially if some of those stupid things go on for years and years and years and years. Yes.
I'm gonna have to love you and leave yous. So
Oh, you cad.
thanks for having me on.
Oh, it is my pleasure. I just don't get to talk to you all that much, which really pisses me off. Because were you around when I said this earlier or whatever? It's, whenever we do manage to talk, I'm either going to bed and you're waking up, or you're going to bed and I'm waking up. Because what are we, about 14, 15 hours apart?
14, I think, hours apart. Thereabouts.
Are you EST, Diana?
Say again, huh?
You're EST. You're Eastern Standard Time.
Yes, I am. Eastern Standard, yes.
Yeah, so it's 14 hours.
Yeah.
We're 12 hours apart.
Oh, I should say,
So
right
we're
now
on-
it's
yeah.
Eastern Daylight, but,
Diana, you say that. I'm only 2 hours different from Notcher, and we haven't done much together lately.
that's the thing. Yeah, and then, well, you and I are both, we are, is it exactly half a day apart? Are we 12 hours apart?
Up there, 12, 12 hours.
12 hours.
Yeah, because
Except when
I'm,
you're on daylight saving.
well, I'm on DST right now. Yeah, it's,
Oh, sorry, hang on. Yeah.
I'm 80 degrees west, and you're,
Yeah, sorry. It's been 12 hours when you're on daylight savings.
okay.
11 hours when you're not.
Okay. So you're,
No, 13 hours when you're not. Sorry.
wait a minute. So you're 280 degrees east?
I don't know.
All right. Anyway, I'm gonna bugger off. Thanks.
Well, take care, honey.
Send me the invite.
Give
I'll
Mero a
see you.
kiss for me.
I will.
I know.
Take care, hon. He's a sweetie. Oh my. Perth latitude There we go. Oh. Boy, was I ever off. Well, of course. No, 115 degrees east, and I'm 80 degrees west. Okay.
Yeah, that's 180 degrees. That's right. Yeah. So basically the other side of the planet. I think our time zone isn't one that goes directly through Perth, though. I think it's a little bit to the east of us.
Oh.
The time zone line, actually. You're in the same time zone as Hong Kong and that, so. And Singapore.
Well, some of these time zones are so fucking screwed up.
But they're so wide. Enormous things. I mean, we've got a country that's as wide across as continental USA.
Yes.
And we've got one less time zone.
Yeah, so your time zones are even wider than ours are, because Eastern time zone. Oh, good. It's about twice as wide as it should be. Because in the north, it's extremely wide. It goes from the East Coast almost to Chicago, and that's a hell. Yeah, it's over 1,000 miles.
Beach 8. I thought that was a B. They just said goodnight.
Oh, no, I don't know what I said. No, I don't. Oh, no. Just got a bad phone. No. We can't have this, damn it. Well, take care, honey. Damn it, a lot of bad shit going back and forth. Oh, I didn't know that you were still here. Yeah, I'm just hoping that the best of whatever possible worlds. Okay, hon? And take care, okay? No, I don't know what I said. Oh my, okay, so wait a minute, I'm going to go to the images on this one. Okay, oh geez, for fuck's sake, yeah. So, yeah, your time zone takes up the western third of Australia, is it, basically?
Yeah. And I think it's about 45 minutes time difference between Perth and any towns that are on the border.
Oh,
in actual time change. So, I mean, really, Australia should have 4 time zones.
Yeah, well, what the heck is it with the South Australia and Northern Territory with that half-hour bullshit going on?
Oh, it's just weird.
Well, Nadine has one of those weird. You know Nadine Callan, right? Yeah, she's in Newfoundland, and she's got one of those 45-minute difference time zones. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I think it's 45 minutes, or maybe it's a half an hour. There are some of them that are so fucked up.
2 time zones in WA with a half-hour difference actually would make sense. Just say that they're not going to do it.
But this is the weird thing with Queensland and New South Wales and Victoria. Okay, you've got, well, on this particular map, let's set a standard at +10. So you've got Queensland at +10. Then you've got New South Wales at +10, summertime +11.
Yeah, and it doesn't have daylight savings, but New South Wales and Victoria do.
Yeah, and then the western part of Queensland is north of South Australia. So, okay, you could be a half hour off South Australia and even with New South Wales all at the same time. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my.
Yeah, no, it's all really, really weird.
Well,
Because they've tried to the time zones follow state boundaries, so a whole state is always in the same time zone.
okay then.
But within the state themselves, they might actually thingy their time zone slightly differently depending on daylight savings and whatever else. So yeah, it's it's just because I'm sitting so far from my mic. Sorry.
Teshe Petrona. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
here. You've got from Massachusetts all the way almost to almost to Illinois is one time zone, except for a couple tiny areas that they carved out of Indiana. Gary is on the same time as Chicago, if I remember correctly. And then there's some bullshit going on in South Indiana. Let me look this up.
There's always bullshit going on somewhere.
Okay, time zone map. Yeah, here we go. Do Petrite Balcoseta y Caracenimetronda. So yeah, you've got the northwest of Indiana, which is same time zone as Chicago, Illinois. And then the southwest, north of Kentucky, is also on the same time zone as Illinois, and it seems like crazy. Blah. Blah!
Yeah.
Blah, I tell you, blah.
Yeah. No, I hate it. I actually don't see the point in having daylight saving time.
Neither do I. If anything...
I think it just confuses people too much, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, and it screws up my circadian rhythm something horrible for at least 2 weeks. My thing, if you have to do something, move the clocks a half hour and leave it there.
Yeah, go in the middle.
Yeah. But no, they're not going to listen to anybody making sense. Definitely not. Tisherat.
Well, they want this extra time in summer because it's hotter and fuck off.
Oh,
we don't change out. It's perfectly fine.
I think it's pretty much apocryphal, but supposedly there's a story about an American Indian who supposedly said Americans are the only people who think you can cut an hour or cut a strip off the top of a blanket, sew it bottom of the blanket, sew it to the top of the blanket, and think that you've got a longer blanket. That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Took me long enough to get that one out.
You don't get any more sunlight over the course of the day by changing the fucking clock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but it's not.
And what's really...
It's just not so morning, and you don't get you get to have a lot more sunlight at night. So what? In most areas where you're doing this, we get late sunless anyway.
Yes. What's the really, really strange thing is daylight savings time has the effect of shifting solar noon later. Okay, so here in the U.S. anyway, at the eastern border of Eastern Standard Time, solar noon occurs at local noon. On the western border, solar noon can occur as late as 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the hell is this? Because if solar noon, in other words, when the sun is highest in the sky, occurs at 2 p.m., sunset is also occurring that much later. So it's nearly 11 p.m. by the time the sun is going down. Tell me how much sense that makes.
It's still hot, and you've got to try and sleep.
Uh-huh.
And I hate it for that. It's like, I mean, I'm glad we don't actually have it, because here in Australia, it'd be the same sort of thing as in some of your hotter states. By that stage, you're still here dealing with going to bed in 30+ degrees Celsius temperatures.
Yep.
In the summer, so it's still bloody hot. And if you've got to go to bed with the sun being up longer, it's going to be even warmer. Or you're having to go to bed later and then you don't get enough sleep. So I think it's actually bad for us, to be perfectly honest.
Nothing ever makes sense here in the US.
I do get it. Like if you lived in the UK or you're really far north, right? There are benefits, I suppose,
Well,
in that situation.
the days are extremely screwed up the farther north you go. Yeah. Because no matter what you do, the days are shorter.
Yeah.
Because the sun is that much lower in the sky as you approach the Arctic Circle.
Yeah.
Because I know there are some places in Finland, what do you get? Maybe 45 minutes of daylight in high summer, one of those deals. I'm exaggerating slightly, but you get the point, I hope. Oh, my.
No, I get your point.
It is all the craziness. It is the bufu. It is the bufu, which is on the beefy. It is all the like that. I don't know what I just said. Do you know what I just said?
I don't know. No, not a clue.
Oh, good.
So you could actually make anything up now.
Yeah, it's two of us that have no idea what I'm talking about. Mu?
I doubt the chat knows what you're talking about either.
They never know what I'm talking about.
I still love your fish tank, Dan.
I have to do something about that. What I might end up doing, and I shouldn't talk about this because it's a horrible use for it, but if I get any of that economic impact money, I may have to set up the fish tank with that. The only problem is, we were talking about this earlier. Who was it that asked me what would happen with the invisible fishies? And I have to bring myself to I have to accept that were I to set up the aquarium, the invisible fishies that are now in there would very likely drown.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could always get fake fishies for it.
I've thought of it. The thing is, I would like.
Water in the tank. Just get some and get some really clear wire and hang them from the top bit so that they're just sitting.
Yeah, I have thought of that. But the little one would also very much like that I got fishies, because she loves fish fishing. Back in the other place, the aquarium was next to one of my bookshelves, and she would sit on the shelf just watching the angelfish swimming around, that sort of thing. And I had to keep the level of the water low because there would be this kitty paw trying to go fishing. Yeah, Chicago is Central Time Zone. I'm starting to miss Chicago again. God damn it! And I just it was weird. In 17, I went out to see the total solar eclipse. So I took 10 days. I drove from here, stopped in Chicago, stayed in Chicago for 3 days, and then I went to Southern Illinois to see the eclipse. Then I came home, and I realized.
3 years ago.
Say again?
About 3 years ago now.
Yes. It was August. It was August of 17.
Yeah.
And I realized at that point how much I missed Chicago, because it had been about 30 years since I'd been there. And I hate large cities, but I love Chicago. Go figure.
Why am I the one yawning? It's middle of the day here.
Oh, I'm doing it too, but
yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning for you.
Yep, it's 1:45, and yeah, it's the only problem. I cannot afford to live in Chicago. That's the only problem. If I could, I'd be there right now.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Chicago is one of the more expensive cities in the U.S. And I mean, even in an area like Schiller Park,
I've been to Chicago Airport.
you have been to Chicago. Um,
Not
you,
to Chicago. I've been in Chicago. I legitimately been in Chicago. I was at the airport. It was snowing, and I'd never seen snow, so I fucking went outside, and it was first stop on it was our transit. So Chicago Airport O'Hare was. It is O'Hare, isn't it, in Chicago?
well, there are two airports in the neighborhood. There's O'Hare on the north side, and Midway closer to the south side. Now, where?
O'Hare's the international.
Oh, O'Hare's the international one. Yes.
So when we flew into Chicago, and that was where we transited from an international flight to a domestic flight to get down to Florida.
Okay.
We had a 5-hour layover or something like that, and it was snowing, and I'd never seen snow. I'm going outside and enjoying the snow. Now, of course, you don't get your luggage when you're doing into adjoining flights. They
Right.
just get passed on to the next.
Yes.
So all I had was what I was wearing, and flew.
And that was a
before-
Bernie fur bikini.
Yeah, I wasn't wearing bikinis. I was wearing shorts and a small tank top, and flip flops.
Oh, flip flops in the snow. Perfect.
But I went outside anyway. Screw that. So I went outside in the snow in shorts, a tank, and flip flops, and it was fucking cold. But
Yes,
I don't care.
yes,
I
yes.
don't play in the snow.
Oh, how windy was it that day? Because it can get horrible with the winds off the lake.
It was pretty windy. It was chilly as all hell.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't need to do that. There was plenty of other snow when I was not in Florida, but we drove from Florida up to Washington. This is when I was still with Mike, and his mum lived in Florida. His dad was in somewhere in Washington. I can't remember.
Wait a minute. Which
State.
Washington? Washington State?
State.
Okay then. Nice drive. Nice drive. Bleh.
Oh, yeah. So we did all that drive, up through North and South Carolina and all that, up that way. Past Atlanta.
my.
We drove past Atlanta. That was nice.
If I
but
am
of
never again in North Carolina, it will be much too soon. Yeah, North Carolina is one of those states that really does not like people like you and me.
It's really frustrating that even changing my nick on Twitter to being Auntie Jen, it hasn't stopped people calling me Jens, and it really annoys me.
Welcome to the club, sweetie. They're still calling me. They're still calling me Di, and it's like, no, no.
Not Jens.
They're right, because that's the possessive, not the plural. Yeah.
Yeah. The only reason why it says Jen's Little Corner in YouTube is because you can't have apostrophes in fucking YouTube.
De parodica. Mm-hmm. Which is a bunch of poo-poo.
I'm actually thinking of changing my channel back to just being Bunnypedia.
Moneypedia.
Bunny. B-U-N-N-O.
Oh, Bunnypedia. Okay.
Because that way I can say welcome to the Rabbit Hutch and hello kittens.
Bear.
And I think that would be absolutely awesome. Hey, Pirate Kitty.
It's a pirate
Long
kitty.
time. Long time no talkies.
You guys are going to keep me on here until noon, aren't you?
Yeah, no. So
Oh,
yeah,
shit, man.
So yeah, I have got no idea what I was talking about now.
Oh, okay. That's two of us.
I've derailed myself. Isn't that good when you do that?
Oh, yeah. All the time.
Obviously wasn't important.
Oh, my. He's the good
My
thing.
first experience with It was fucking cold. Since then, I've actually seen snow in Australia. Because I've been to the mountains in Victoria, and we went up and built a snowman. Because I didn't actually get to do that in the US.
I cannot remember the last time I built a snowman.
Oh, I know, Doc. I know you like just annoying me.
If we ever get enough snow, I've got an idea of what I want to do. It's just a matter of being able to get to the home improvement store to get the plastic and spray paint and all that other shit.
You build a snowman, you create a plaster cast around the outside of it, and then you can have a permanent snowman.
Well, what I want to do, because everybody will probably forget by the time winter runs around, I want to build 3 snowmen. Okay, and then I would have gold plastic around the midsection of one of the snowmans, and then I would have blue plastic around the midsection of another snowman, and then a snowman lying on the snow with red plastic around the midsection. You see where I'm going here? And the sign above the blue snowman reading, "He's dead, Jim." But we haven't had that much snow in a while. We got almost no snow this past winter. Almost none at all. It was interesting.
There's lots of good things you can do with doing building snowmen.
What I like,
It's a really good one.
I like the one, I'm trying to remember, it was Charlie Brown, the Peanuts cartoon, where Charlie Brown was building a modern art snowman. So you had this thing like a figure 8 with a couple holes through it. And you said, I'm being creative,
That's an interesting concept with the shirts, because if we do the Unholy Trinity, maybe you and me and Jen should all wear different coloured shirts.
I wish I still had my tunic, because back at uni the first time, a friend of mine made me a tunic, a science officer's tunic, and we had this thing called Doodah Day, which was a whole fun day and all this other bullshit. I did the whole day in costume as a Vulcan.
Cool.
But, God, I don't know what happened to that tunic. That was 1975.
You've already got the blue shirt to be captain, Diana.
Say again?
You've already got the blue shirt to be captain.
No, the captain wore the gold shirt.
Right. So you'd be medical.
Yeah, I was the science officer.
So you got the blue shirt for being science.
Yep. Yeah, I did a Vulcan. I did my own take on Spock.
I'll go red because I like red, and I can be engineering, and the person who gets killed.
Give it a Lance's gut, Captain!
Why is the engineering staff always got killed?
Well, they were engineering and security.
Oh, that's right. Red was engineering and security, so your security got killed.
Yeah. Okay, so Doc is going to call himself Not Jen.
Not Jen.
God, how many Jens do we have? I mean, for fuck's sake, there's you, there's Jen Extra, there's Jen with one N.
Morgan?
Yeah, Jen. Cannot forget Jen Morgan.
Jen Dragon from Jen. What's her name? Whose surname I can't remember from the other the Godless Bitches. Atherton is that her surname? Jen Atherton. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
I'm losing it here. Yeah.
There's quite a few of us. There's almost as many Jens as there are Daves.
Okay then.
And just as bad too. There are so many Chris's.
Well, I'll tell you, at least I stand, out from the crowd here. I don't think there are that many Dianas around here, are there?
No, not too many Dianas.
And as far as
But in some respects, I would have been better off not putting my name in my channel title, because then people could have just called me by what I'd used on my channel title, and that would have helped with this. Or if I'd actually made it Auntie Jen at the beginning, it would have been a lot better too, because people just say Auntie, and that's fine because I'm Auntie to so many nieces and nephews. It's ridiculous.
Christ, when the Godlessayo and Snarky and this were all calling me Aunt Diana, I would complain, yeah, I'm everybody's aunt and nobody's lover, for fuck's sake. What are you gonna do, right?
That happens. It's been a few years since not since I've had fun, but it's been a few years since I've actually had a proper relationship.
Moo.
Fun's a bit different. I've done that a few times, but not with a proper relationship. Just fun for the fun's sake. No, I'm not a slut.
My problem is that I'm, let's see, old, fat, ugly, hyper-intelligent, pre-op trans, and poor!
I'm catching up with you on some of those. One of them I can't catch up with you on, obviously, because I've already had the op. So.
Chebaluka.
And people probably aren't hearing me properly again because I've moved away from the mic. I think I'll just pull the mic closer. I'm almost at the end of the tether with it, though.
Oh, so I moo just as you find a cow. Okay, fine. That'll work. Moo. Oh my, oh my, oh my, for fuck's sake. And I don't know, I'm going to have to call ahead to the bank to see if they're going to, if I can buy quarters, because I need quarters to do laundry, damn it.
You need a washing machine.
Well, we have washing machines downstairs, but they eat quarters. And there's no space for a machine here in the apartments. And they wouldn't let me have one in the apartment were I to have one.
Oh, okay.
You know those things that you could hook up to the kitchen sink? Yeah, they wouldn't let you have one of those.
Oh, really? Because I know people who've lived in small apartments who got the mini caravan ones.
I used to have one of those.
They're handy when you live on your own.
Because the buildings had a couple washing machines and a couple dryers downstairs in the front building, but there was somebody downstairs who threatened me for being a little too close to her clothes, so I bought a machine and kept it in the apartment. And I would hang the clothes after they were washed on clotheslines strung across the living room.
And you got asked to remove them, did you?
I removed them just before I left.
Oh, okay. So you haven't done it where you are now?
No, there's no way I could. The walls here are concrete block.
Ah.
Yeah.
Maybe you could use clothes errors.
It's really, really small in here. So if you do one of those...
Oh! No, this is only my bedroom. This is a 4-bedroom house. 2 lounge room and the dining room's not used as a dining room. Well, technically at the moment it's being used for storage, but it was going to be our gym.
Yeah,
it's got
here...
equipment in there, but it's got shit stored everywhere at the moment.
Here I've got barely enough room for an extra pair of shoes.
Yeah, well, you can definitely swing a cat here because there's like 4 of them, 5 of them. I forgot. Well,
Fair.
there's only really 4 now because one of them decided it was going to adopt the neighbor.
Oh, well.
We lost the cat.
Move
She
beef.
still comes back and visits occasionally, but most of her time is spent with the neighbor. He doesn't care. So. I'm like, cats will do what cats do.
Yes.
You don't own cats own you.
Yes, absolutely. After being had by kitties for, oh Christ, most of 30 years.
Yeah, they own you. It's
I can't.
not the other way around.
It's amazing when I think about it. I can't believe I'm that old.
Well, I'm what, 47.
Child. I remember when I was in, when Purple and I went down to Kentucky, we were at Hilton's house on his back porch, and Aaron and I are talking about, I forget what the hell we were talking about, but I happened to just casually mention, yeah, I was born in 57. He wheels around, you're older than I am, doing a perfect William Shatner. Yeah.
Well, don't they know that HRT is the fountain of youth?
I guess must be or something like that. What do we have going on here? Hi, Rome. Yay! Yeah, it must be because I am regularly taken to be about 50. And then there was Hissy. Danger Hissy, right?
Yeah, Danger. He's awesome.
Yeah, who thought I was 42. Thank you for
a lot of people think I'm in my 30s, so...
it's like,
no,
thank
sorry,
you for the
I'm
20
older than
years. Yeah, it's amazing the way Aaron reacted. He thought I was 5 years younger than he, whereas I'm 5 years older than he is. I was hoping I could get on the after show just to bug him about that, but
he wasn't on the after show though, was he?
Oh yeah, the first after show.
Oh, he was on Math Pig's after show.
Yeah, we've had 3 after shows. We've had Math Pigs, and then the after show to the after show, and then this one, which is the after show's after show. Yeah, to the.
Okay, how many of them were your after show?
Just this one.
Okay, so So I know Math Pig did the first after show.
Mm-hmm. And then let me think now. It was Jim, if I remember correctly, who did the second one.
Oh, Jim actually did one himself.
Yeah. And then I picked it up after.
So Aaron was on Math Pig's after show. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. So how come Aaron hasn't interviewed you yet?
I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to him about that.
Because I mean, he meets Amanda for the first time, and he's asking Amanda to go on.
Well, yeah, but remember now that she's a climate scientist, and that's right up Aaron's alley. Yeah. I mean, I'm just a nobody transy, really. I mean, I'm not complaining or anything. It's just that I don't have that calling card that some people have. And had I got my PhD, and had I not come apart at the seams and ended up in the loony bin, maybe I would have had a calling card and been on more shows, but it didn't work out that way.
As the same for a lot of us. I mean, I've got a degree in computer science, but hey, they're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got some stuff in maths because I did maths when I did my computer degree. But yeah, I mean, who wants to talk to somebody about maths and computer science?
Yeah, I did get my bachelor's degree in neuroscience, but I had wanted to go further. I had wanted to get my doctorate, and unfortunately, I just kind of crashed and burned. Okay, then. Oh, Lord. I'm sworn to secrecy, PK. Now, Jim's taking care of some other things that he wants to take care of. Another life's goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Science.
I graduated with a bachelor's degree in 1996. I had re-entered university with the intention of getting a PhD. I wanted a research lab. I was one of those non-traditional students. All my profs loved me, and what they said the best part about me is that I wasn't 19. I was 35 when I went back to school.
No, I've contemplated going back and getting a degree in physics.
Oh my, that was my other possibility. I was thinking hard, and one of my profs and I were talking about this at one point, and I said I was thinking either high energy particle physics or neuroscience. I went with neuroscience because, well, number one, my brain is all fucked up, and it's like the kid who has a brother who dies of leukemia, so he becomes a doctor. Same with me, only it was me who had the fucked up brain. And then the other one is that the neuroscience questions are better answerable. Because, God, those physics questions are getting crazy. And
Physics is awesome.
It's the unfortunate thing. There were two problems with Julie, or Judy, the prof I'm talking about, is number one, I was in some of her classes, and number two, she had a young daughter. So this is why, even though I had a hell of a crush on her, I never did anything about it. So Judy Cameron, if you're listening in, yeah, this is me now. She's still on faculty at the University of Pittsburgh.
Oh wow, Kitty, that's awesome.
Yay!
It's amazing how much the things about ourselves can often drive what we do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I've even though knowing I've been into sex for years, I don't really. I love biology in the sense of the discoveries and that because I love science, full stop. But I couldn't do biology as a science. It would drive me absolutely nuts. Physics, on the other hand, despite how hard it is as a subject, I love, and I could do that. I would happily study quantum physics.
Okay, well, just make sure that if were you to study quantum physics, make sure that you don't try to understand it, because as we all know, Dick Feynman once said, if you think you understand quantum physics, you don't understand quantum physics.
Well, that's got more to do. It's not so much that quantum physics isn't understandable; it's the fact that quantum physics isn't complete.
Well, not only that, it's counterintuitive, all up one side and down the other.
Very much is.
And
as to whether that counterintuitiveness of quantum physics is because of our lack of understanding of certain things, or it just actually is that way, we actually don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Having said that, there was a set of studies done with orbiting black holes. And the probabilities of movement and the arrow of time and the symmetry for the arrow of time. And the studies actually showed that if you wind back the orbits of black holes, they will never end up back in the spot they started with.
Oh, right, yeah.
So winding back time is broken when the symmetry of time is broken. It is definitely broken.
Mm-hmm.
time running backwards will not produce the same effect as what we originally saw if it went the further forward, when it went forwards. We will not undo it. We cannot undo time and take time backwards. There is no aspect of that could possibly work. But
Time keeps on ticking into the future.
which says a lot about the arrow of time and everything, in that quite possibly, given that time symmetry is broken, it's quite possible that it is impossible to wind time backwards because of that. And that would mean that the arrow of time isn't deterministic. So time itself isn't deterministic. It is purely influenced by the quantum fluctuations. So if that pans out, we know that we're not living in a deterministic universe, and that brings up a whole heap of questions about our ideas of how the universe works.
Oh man, Kate and I have had some discussions on my Sunday and Tuesday shows. She's very much the determinist. She's almost to the point where physics was in the late 19th century, where people were thinking that if they could know the positions and momenta of every particle in the universe, they could predict the future. Where I'm not so deterministic. I'm really not.
I don't think the universe is deterministic. I'm with you, Diana. I think that the studies we're seeing now come out, and the concepts of how the arrow of time works and how time isn't. For the universe to be deterministic, time symmetry has to be true.
Mm-hmm.
If you can determine where the universe is going to be in the future by the position of all the molecules in it now, you must also be able to determine how it was in the past.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
And the current studies we're seeing now means our ability to do that is very, very limited.
Yeah, if it's not totally broken completely.
That's what it seems. That it's totally broken. So.
And this is what affects her thinking on the concept of free will as well, because she believes there is no free will. Whereas on the other hand, I do the whole Hitchens thing. Of course, there's free will because there's no choice. You know, one of those deals.
Yeah, I think I don't think the universe is deterministic. I think there's too many influences that are at a quantum level. I don't think we will ever completely nut it out. There's too many weird things that happen at a level that may never be understandable.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, the universe stops being deterministic. So if the universe is not deterministic, then there are obviously choices and things that are set in motion affect the outcome of the universe. That would, to me, suggest that there is an element of free will. But how much free will we have as individuals is questionable.
Yeah.
That happen. Our brains are a quantum computer as well. We're pretty sure now that quantum effects affect the way that the neurons interact, because we're dealing at such lower levels that quantum effects actually have effects within the brain.
So wait a minute. When you're talking on the level of neurotransmitters, then that you have the quantum effects. Okay.
Yeah, quantum effects. So in that sense, there are quantum effects that affects the way our brains work, and our brains would have evolved to take that into consideration. So it's probably one of the reasons why we have so much processing power in the little bit of grey matter we have, because we know that quantum computers can process better than something that's along the lines of a digital thing. So why do organic brains work better than our digital ones? Because they're partly quantum.
Partly, and there's a lot of parallel processing going on as well. Don't forget.
Yeah, which quantum computers are better at than Harvard type architectures or digital computers are. So I think what we're looking at here is a case of I've sidetracked myself again. God, I'm good at this today. I think there's definitely an element that a lot of what happens in our brain, because there's certainly an element that which sort of pans out in some of the studies that have been done where our brain functions more like a collective than one single identity.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can get where you're going with that. Yeah.
So we've got the subconscious functions of our brain that are somewhat separate from what we consciously think of and decide to do. And then you also have elements of what both our left and our right hemispheres do. Well, even though they're linked, they can actually function independently.
Oh, yes, that's been known for quite a while. And what's
Yes,
really interesting with the independent function is it's almost, I mean, not quite, but almost that we have two personalities, one for each half of the brain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they think because the left side of our brain is our communication center. Is that right? Yes.
Say again,
I think so. Left side of our brain is our communication center.
Bing, 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 bing. Wait a minute.
I know
Yes. I was thinking back. My brain problem was on the right side, and I remember my neurosurgeon telling me that he was so happy that if I had to have a problem, it was on the right, because the area he had to go into when he performed the surgery was right up against the communication and language and everything centers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what you get is what they think is the right side of your brain is almost like a passenger against the left, because the left overrides with the communication. So the personality that's projected, the person that is you that most people see, is your left brain, because it's the one that can communicate, and it gets in first.
There are some interesting effects you get when you. There have been the patients who have had the corpus callosum cut because of epilepsy and stuff like that. And one of the things they found was that, I forget which is which, but one side processed language better and the other side processed visual input better. So
I can't remember which way around it is either.
Yeah, where where you had this really weird thing where they would tell you something like, number 6, and the hand that was to pointed to the 6, but the person said the name of the other number on the left, on the other side of the field or whatever it was.
Yeah, you'd also get the things if you did the test and the left side of the brain actually couldn't see what was being shown, but the right could. The right would be able to write down what it was.
Yes.
But the left would say something anyway, even though it had no fucking clue what was going on.
Yeah.
Which just goes to show how dominant our left side is in the personality that people see. But yeah, it certainly appears that even when the sections of the brain are joined like they are for most of us, those aspects of ourselves are still somewhat other personalities. And it's been described now that it's almost like the right side of your brain becomes, because the left side's communication, the right side of your brain becomes a passenger with you for your life. So it sits back and it's in the back seat watching what's happening because it can't communicate.
Did I mention I'm old?
Yes.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure whether I had mentioned that.
I'm trying to catch up with you, Diana, but it's really hard because you won't slow the fuck down.
Oh man, I tell you, it's really fucking crazy as I get older and as I get older. The worst part about getting old is I'm a lot younger than I really am, if you want to put it, or I'm a lot younger than I am, however you want to put it. I think younger than I feel. Or worse yet, I think younger than I look, and that gets me into some problems every now and then when somebody you're just too fucking old, Clarion. Ah! Oh man.
I have a feeling I read too much science shit and remember too much.
What are you doing, Cadiness? What are you doing?
Wait, there's a word we don't have. Look at that. Words we don't have, words we need. Chalant. We have nonchalant, so the concept of chalance exists.
Oh, there's lots of things like that, isn't there? Words that...
Near-fetched. Hey, that was near-fetched, Bill. And you realize I'm plagiarizing like hell from George Carlin, right?
Yeah, but George Carlin was a sweetie, and he was fucking amazing, and he left us way too soon.
I wish I could have met him. I really do.
Oh, hell yeah. He's up there with meeting Carl Sagan and Christopher Hitchens.
Oh, I wish I could have met Hitchens. We would have had some really interesting conversations. Because
oh yeah,
regarding religion, he and I are on quite the same track. But as regarding policy in the Middle East, we were diametrically opposed.
Oh. I would love to. Carl Sagan, somebody I would have loved to have met.
Indeed.
Yeah. I mean, there's people who are alive now I'd really like to actually have a conversation with at some point, who I probably never will, and that's kind of, you know.
If I had a chance to have a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'd be all over that.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else do we have going on?
Brian Cox.
Oh my word! Yes.
I'd love to talk with Brian Cox. Not the actor, as in the
no, the
scientist.
physicist.
Yeah, the physicist.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that Meredith and I are getting a chance to interview Dr. Karl Krusniski?
I don't remember you mentioning. No.
Yes, because he's a science communicator, Australian science communicator, but he's kind of like Australia's version of Brian Cox. And I tweeted out to him, and he responded.
Oh my word!
So hopefully we get to do that towards the end of this month.
I wish, and I can understand. You know, her schedule it does not allow for talking with a peon like me or whatever. But I did try to get in contact with Lynn Conway at one point. I did want to interview her.
Well, Lynn's interesting, but she's got some stupid ideas.
Yeah.
Somebody I would like to talk to, though, would be Jenny Finney Boylan.
Okay.
Because her story is fascinating, and she doesn't have all the same issues that Lynn Conway does. But even some of the younger people, like, I'm jealous as hell of Shannon for interviewing Katie Montegari.
Oh my.
Yeah, but Katie's absolutely fascinating. And I would dearly love to interview Amanda, I can't remember Amanda's surname. She's the mum of a trans teen, and her partner is trans. Comes from Canada. I can't remember her surname.
Not ringing any bells with me either.
Oh, okay. Amanda Knox is her name. I did love to interview her.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Something I hadn't noticed before. This is what COVID-19 has done for us. I didn't know that there were surgical mask emojis out there.
I actually think we had them before.
Okay.
I don't think they added it for COVID. It's just people started using them. There wasn't much reason for it before. It is getting close on 1:30 for you, Diana. You probably should get some sleep.
Oh, God. Eventually I do have to, because there's a lot of things I need to do. Number one...
But you've only got little old me to talk to at the moment, so I don't mind if you want to go and get some sleep.
One of the things I've got to do is get this set up in here. I've had a piece of beef brisket in the defibrinator for a couple of days now, out of the freezer. I want to make film-making Reuben sandwiches from the ground up.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. And I'm with Brahim. Tycho Brahe would be absolutely astounding to interview. My whole math side will go, oh.
The problem is, though, he wouldn't have very much to say at this point.
No, if he wasn't dead. But I mean, if you could interview anyone in history, Archimedes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the things that man achieved centuries before anybody else, to be able to talk to him. But how would you talk to him? I mean, even if you could speak Greek, classical Greek is not the same as modern Greek.
Right.
The context with which you have to talk to each other. There is enough centuries in there that I don't know you could have a meaningful conversation with somebody.
Mm-hmm. But if I could, though, I mean, even with that considered, I would much rather speak with Archimedes than Aristotle.
Oh, yes, I totally agree with you. I think there's so much more we could learn from Archimedes. I mean, Archimedes was on the cusp of developing calculus 1,600 years before Newton.
Mm-hmm.
No, more than that. About 1,800 years before Newton, because he was about 200 BC, wasn't he, Archimedes?
Wait a minute. I thought he was earlier than that. I'm going to look that up.
Is he? So it might be 2,000 years before Newton. I mean, he was on the verge of coming up. He was on the verge of doing equations about gravity before Newton.
No, you're right. You're right. I was thinking it was closer to 400 BCE, but no, he was born 288 BCE and died 212 BCE.
Okay, so it's about 1,500 years before Newton then.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, it's quite fascinating, really, when you think about it. I mean, he would just be outstanding, and if you could actually talk to him and see where his mind was going, because I mean, he was experimenting with gravity. He was trying to figure out what it was. He was trying to figure out a lot of the things that Newton did later.
Mm-hmm.
And had he had access to the equipment that Newton had, and the other things, where would we have been now?
And he allegedly invented a death ray.
Yeah, allegedly. He came up with the ideas about it. He understood about focusing light. He understood about the principles of how to use light. He understood the concepts of a lot of things that didn't come back and be rediscovered for centuries later.
Moo.
And it was quite amazing.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, especially the fall of the Roman Empire in losing so much. That and the burning of the Library at Alexandria. That
ruined us, actually, as a civilization. That kind of ruined us, because that was the mecca of the scientific community.
Yes, and then when the Catholic Church had their love affair with Aristotle. Oh, that no.
Yeah. So I mean, we talk about the Dark Ages in the sense of how knowledge was slowed. And it is true that the pace of change and development was slowed, and largely the church is to blame for that. But I'm not sure that it actually would have gone any quicker anyway. I mean, we can talk about these things that have been happening differently, but the pace of technology itself had to keep up with the ideas that were there. If you couldn't confirm what you were talking about, you could think it was right all you liked, but nobody was going to believe them.
And then
And that was the thing.
as Europe fell behind, Arabia was still forging ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not that we lost anything.
No. What it was the engineering advancements took a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
And we needed the engineering advancements to get us to the point of understanding and confirming our scientific advancements. So without having both, it slowed down everything. Yes, it was right. The European Dark Ages was the last Muslim Enlightenment.
Yes.
And it really was. So I don't think on a whole humanity was held back by the Dark Ages. Europe was. Europe definitely was.
Oh, yeah.
But humanity as a whole was not. What held us back was how slow our pace of change in engineering was, as opposed to our pace in change in scientific thinking.
But geez, think of it though, how horribly bad off we would have been as a species had the European Dark Ages and the Islamic rise occurred. Which was the imam that was so totally anti-science?
I can't remember, but yeah, that was pretty horrific. We talk about what the Crusades did to the Muslims and everything, but every group around that time went through phases of mass exterminations
Mm-hmm.
of other people around them.
Oh my! Oh man! But talk about the Crusades. Have you seen the Terry Jones documentary on the Crusades, the 4-part?
No, I haven't.
The Monty Python Terry Jones.
Yeah, I knew He-Man.
He did a very, very good job of presenting the Crusades for the everyman. Not in all its glory of, Richard the Lionheart and all that other stuff. I mean, some of the really down-to-earth stuff that happened. I guess he worked rather a lot in that field.
It wasn't even about... The Crusades weren't even about religion.
No, of course not. It was land grabbing under the... not even so much land grabbing, it was protecting the trade routes.
Yeah. It was finance. It was all money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can... that Christianity was the tool that drove it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Without the strength of the church, they would never have been able to do it. But the underlying cause wasn't religion. The underlying cause was money.
And even with the strength of the church, they didn't do all that great a job, really. One of the things Jones presents pretty well is the chaos.
Well, part of the problem that they had was the fact that they were they were through the Dark Ages, and the Muslims were actually better equipped than they were.
Mm-hmm.
So even though there was less of them, that they were actually able to hold their own reasonably well in most circumstances because they had better shit. They had better metallurgy skills. They had better.
And the Europeans were totally uncoordinated.
Oh yeah. So the fact of the matter was the Crusades were basically a failure.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yep.
Because the Muslim countries had better technology.
I mean, Europe held Jerusalem for a while, but then they fucked up, and the rest is, as they say, history.
Aquinas, that says Aquinas, a man of brilliant intellect who could have condemned the strengthening of the Inquisitions or the following of the Crusades concept in the 13th century.
Oh man,
Aquinas was an arse, though. I mean, he might be smart, but he was a fucking ass.
I have no love for Aquinas. None. And part of it is when I was in for gender counseling, my therapist was a Catholic nun. Figure that one out.
How does that work?
Yeah, and I asked her one day, what are you doing here? Your boss hates people like me. But the thing, she was trying to reconvert me. She knew that I was raised Roman Catholic, and she knew that I was, well, I still am an atheist. And she's trying to get me to read Aquinas. You ought to read Aquinas. I already have. And that's why I'm not a Catholic.
Well, you can blame Aquinas for all the young Earth creationists, so...
Yeah.
I wonder how Ken Ham would like to be told that he's basically a fucking Catholic.
Oh, man, don't tell that to the Catholics. They think they own
no, they're
science.
Better. He's an old school Catholic. He's not even a modern Catholic. He's an old school Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And at least modern Catholics still think evolution's real.
Oh man, at least I caught only the tail end of that old school Catholicism.
Oh, I'm making nuts. Don't be angry.
Tiedä Pottohanta?
We love you, hon.
Wait, I wasn't watching. What's up his Agfu here?
Just got upset about the Dark Ages and
Oh, okay.
hence the Aquinas statement and stuff. I am assuming the Aquinas statement was sarcasm.
Who, mine?
No, not yours. I'm making nuts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Has to be. He's a
So-
good sweetie.
I'm probably going to have to go see Diana because I should probably get stuff done here. Not waste my entire day. I'm not wasting my day. It's lovely talking to you.
Oh my! I'll tell you what, Rum Demon. I love her in much ways. I'm speaking of my babka, my granny.
Yeah.
But it was at her insistence that the slimy bastard sent me to Catholic grade school, and that was one of the very few bad things about babka. Oh well.
What day is your midday? Your midnight show? Is it a midnight?
It's Tuesday at 7 p.m. In my time
7
zone.
a.m.
And Kate's on that show as well. Yeah, there's Kate, Mom NATO, and me on both Tuesdays and Sundays. And of course,
Tuesday 7 p.m. So Wednesday 7 a.m. for me.
and of course, Tornado shows up,
Yeah, well, Tornado shows up everywhere.
and he he embarrasses everybody. Oh my, he's okay. He's a sweetie.
He is. Yeah, Amiga Nuts was being sarcastic before. Aquinas was one of the most brilliant bull artists of all time, and they ate it up.
Mhm.
Substance is a work of art for Catholics.
Well, there was one of my videos where I chewed up Aquinas's 5 ways and spit it back in Catholic Answer's face. It was I forget exactly what the something about if God is so hidden, does that mean that God does not exist, or some shit like that. And
I might find a good video. I might find a good debunking video for us to debunk anyway.
oh
And
my.
and if movie night does not happen on Wednesday, I might actually stream something that we can do anyway.
Well, one of the things I need to do, and I got to start, and it's going to be a multi-month project, or at least a year. I've got to start writing on the whole Jesus becoming God and all that other shit. I've been getting into a lot of Bart Ehrman lately, and it's got me thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, Ehrman and I do not totally agree on everything, but he's got me thinking. He's somebody I'd like to interview.
Yeah. Well, we got a oh, far out. No, my brain's not working properly at the moment. Richard Carrier has said he'll come on my channel at some point.
Really?
Yeah. So that should be interesting. I'm hoping to do that as a communications episode. One of those now. Should have a good chat with him. So I probably do that with a group of people. Ask a couple other people to come on with me to just talk with him and have a discussion about historicity and other stuff.
Oh my, what a combination room. Southern Catholic,
But yes, man,
Catholic
I
grade
think
school.
I'm going to have to go. I haven't eaten today, so I probably should go and have some food.
Oh, well, yeah, if you've got the stuff to take care of and do and everything, maybe
Yeah.
we can wrap this whole thing up. And, because what have we got? It's just you and me, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just you and me chatting.
Mhm.
There's a few people in the chat at the moment. I think you've got about 6 or 7 people watching.
I am totally freaking amazing. I mean, with, as you said, being on freaking all day, and yet there are the people hanging around in here.
8 people.
You'd think they would get sick of me by now.
Yeah, I've often thought the same of me. It doesn't seem to happen that way. People are unwillingly kind at times.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Now wait a minute. I'd better close this cheese before I eat all of it, because I've got to save some for the Reuben sandwiches.
Cheese is yummy.
Oh, well, that's going to be. It's already known because the teaser is already up on my channel. But next Sunday, the show's going to be called "I Love Cheeses." Now, when you think about it, now, what happens this coming Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
cheeses. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah.
You'll have to make a toasted cheeses sandwich.
Yeah, probably. And
How to make toasted cheeses.
Well, there's what I need. I need. Isn't there
There's a
like a
toaster
cookie
that
cutter or something where you can burn Jesus into your toast with it?
There's also a toaster that actually does it by default. They've designed it so that it actually gets hotter in those sections, so that it will.
Hey, now we're talking.
Which would be an absolutely awesome toaster to give to a Christian friend. And not tell them that's the type of toaster it is. The first time they make toast, oh my god!
No, it's a picture of my dog's arsehole.
Yeah, I'll let that picture.
No, I don't know what I just said. Really, I don't. Oh my! A good Catholic joke. Sister Clarice. You had to know her. Now, one of the most horrible nuns at that Catholic school I was at was Sister Clarice. He was a piece of shit.
Seems to be the way with nuns, doesn't it? They're
Pretty
so
much.
many of them are shitty people. I mean, you've got to think, you became a nun because you couldn't cope with dealing with normal people.
Yeah, I knew only one nice nun in my entire time at that school. And she was quite young, which I guess the nice hadn't been beat out of her yet.
Yeah.
I think she was maybe in her late 20s at the oldest. Yeah, what can I tell you on that egg thing? Whatever the egg thing is, I don't know what it is. Really, I don't.
I think the funniest thing about the Catholic Church is the story of Pope Joan.
Wait a minute, what were?
Pope Joan.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. My ears weren't working.
I mean, I know there's no actual historical evidence that there ever was a woman who managed to become Pope, but it's quite possible. And it does explain why they implemented the chair with the hole in it.
Okay,
For the
yeah.
cardinals to walk underneath. Because why would you do that unless somewhere in the past... Why do all the cardinals have to walk underneath and make sure that the Pope's got the right dangle bits? Although, given their prelude for playing with young kids, especially young boys, maybe it's got something to do with that.
Yeah, I see that most modern scholars see Pope Joan as fictional.
Yes. It's still a funny story.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's even funnier that they have that chair. That actually is a thing.
Okay.
That the Cardinals have to walk underneath and look up. It's brilliant. Maybe the fear of Pope Joan happening is what made this story of Pope Joan.
Okay.
Because I would be pretty sure there would have been times when women had dressed as men to take on priestly roles.
Oh, I'm sure there was enough of that, yeah.
So I can imagine that there was enough of that did happen that it was a concern for them.
Yeah, I mean, if you were a woman, you were in no great stature at that time and place.
Yeah,
so
but
how
if
many?
you could ask as a guy and pretend to be a priest.
Mm-hmm. Or a pirate.
Be a priest. Or pirate. Right. All the benefits there. So yeah. Anyway, Diana, I should go.
Well, you be good and stuff.
You again. It's been awesome. Sorry?
You be good and stuff, and let's see.
You too.
You gonna ring me up as far as the other stuff, or what are we gonna do as far as communications go?
Well, I'll have a talk to Jen and see what she wants to do, and
okay.
we'll sort from there. I will definitely have you on, but I have to talk to Amanda first. I mean, given that Bitches is our show, we talk about that stuff together. So I will. I don't think there'll be a problem. She likes you, so.
No accounting for taste.
I'll definitely have a talk to you about that, and then we will. I'll probably also have a talk to you about being on with one of the discussions when we pull apart one of the big name preachers. Like, I think the next one we're doing is Ray Comfort.
Oh Jesus!
Kent Hovind. We are going to be doing the NFIB at some point. As well as Ken Ham, but I know the Ken Ham group's already organised, but we're actually doing two things for Ken Ham because as a lot of the people involved with organising it are Australian, we really want to take this out. We've got a lot planned for that, so that will be good.
Comfort's got me blocked, so I have no love for him.
None of them. I think Ken Ham is the only one who's blocked me so far.
Yeah, well, that was the funny part.
Even SJ won't block me, and
she blocked me for a while, and then unblocked me. I guess she needed to get some shit going or something. I don't know what it was, but Ken may have remembered me from Facebook and then blocked me on Twitter because I remember I went into one of his anti-evolution screeds on the Facebook along with a friend, and we were discussing nicely, by the way, just saying why we didn't agree with what Cam was saying, and here was the evidence we had and everything else. And in the middle of that conversation, I found myself blocked, and I couldn't help but think that it was because my friend and I were making sense.
Oh yeah, most likely. Ken Ham doesn't like to listen to anything. Ray Comfort just puts people on ignore, but they can still. So he ignores you, but he doesn't actually block. So you're not likely to get blocked by Ray. You'll just get.
Let me look. I'm pretty sure. Hang on. I'm reasonably sure that he actually blocked. I could be wrong with this, but I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, here we go. Ray Comfort. Okay, now he's not coming up in any search or anything. Yeah, he doesn't come up in any search on me. I'm reasonably sure that when it did come up, it came up as you have been blocked, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I have no love
Yeah.
for Comfort. None at all.
I got no. Nah, he's a prick. And so is Ham, and Ken Hovind's the worst though.
Oh man, were you watching? Scientist Mel did a fundraiser for. Trying to remember who it was for. But we on movie night closed it out. We had a midday movie night, and we were reviewing a Kent Hovind film. And his phone number was all over the background, and it was, "Hey Mel, why don't you give him a call?" So Melody called him, posing as a teacher who wanted more information on how to inject creationism into her classroom, and Hovind is eating it up. He's not even getting that we're scamming him, and it was so beautiful.
Oh, you guys would get a whacking atheist now for sure.
There you go. Oh man,
I've got no respect for him at all. I don't for Ray either, but he's or Ken for that matter. But at least Ray and Ken, whilst they're absolute prats and assholes, they're not saying the same horrible, dangerous stuff that Ken Hovind will. That Ken Hovind will. I mean, Hovind's selling fucking meds as cures for cancer.
Oh yes, absolutely, the Laetrile thing and everything else.
He used the death of that kid at his park to attack a federal tax investigator. What an absolute scumbag! I mean, the man is an absolute asshole.
Indeed. Well, and then, I mean, the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree when it comes to his kid.
Yeah.
I mean, Eric is a piece of shit. And then there's this kitty who is not a piece of shit. No, you are not a piece of shit. No. Why are you being a kitty? Why is the kitty being a kitty? No idea.
Yeah. Anyway, I better go.
Yeah, I'm just keeping you on
Okay.
here. You be good.
Yeah.
You have fun. And,
You too. And everyone in the chat, be awesome and lovely and wonderful. And yeah, I will try and get on to do a few more things with you, Diana, because we've been talking about it since
For so long. I know. We never do coordinate.
Well, and then of course you went on daylight savings, and you went off daylight savings, and that gives us an extra hours difference, and it messes things up, and it's like. But yeah, hopefully we can get together and organise some stuff, especially at the moment whilst we're all locked in, and can sort some stuff out and get some stuff on the go, because it'd be a lot of fun. And you know I love you.
Yay! You is the yay. You is the many much yay. And then we can fillet and barbecue cats. No.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you, no.
Damn cat.
The bad cats.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go.
Take care, honey.
Bye.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, so look at that. We're down to. Okay, let's get both of my ugly mugs off of here. We'll just have one ugly mug. How's that sound? And oh my heck. It's been a heck of a day here because, yeah, we've been. Like I say, I started more or less at 11 a.m. my time, and it's now almost 2 a.m. I guess I had better start thinking about getting the hell out of here and getting some actual sleep and shit like that. But yeah, for watching, yeah, I think it's about the right time. And gods, thank you guys, thank you, every one of you for coming by. And I still don't know how it is you put up with me, but I'm very happy that you do. And you understand, I say this every time, and I mean it every time, that I'm here because of you. I would not be here were it not for the fact that you, for some stupid reason, like me here. So, yeah, we'll just take it from there. And I don't know what we're going to be doing Tuesday. We're going to be doing something. I just don't know what it is yet. Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Kate, Momnado, myself, maybe even Tornado, will be at it again. And we'll be doing stuff and things. And, oh, you... Thank you, Amiga Nuts. Seriously. Geez, I haven't drained the Quatlu. I haven't drained the Quatlu container from the last time around yet. So I thank you for that. I really do. It's yeah, I'm not doing this for the money. I'll tell you that right now, because any of you thinking of getting into YouTube for the money, you know, just go fuck yourselves. Forget it. It's definitely, you've got to be really fucking good to make a living at it. And I'll tell you, I'm not that good. So I do thank everyone for what they do, and all kinds of the good stuff. And I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everyone who's not here. And to one, to all, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.